Forever star shit. All this just exciting, they hitting too hard. Got the laser beaming in, they're shooting for the star. Yeah, my wrist so big that nothing is stuck in orbit. I skirt off in the new whip, it's so fly, it's like a star shit. But I've been changing colors, shining like no other. Money isn't the issue, it's where from and I'm mothers. I can run the back, into the pad, make it back, no trouble. But they've been on my back, so I'm out there to buzz around and bug them. I've changing seasons, still haven't found my breathers. Trying to keep the beat flowing, water ice, you know the feeling. I don't know what I'm seeing, trying to feel better with my being. Even though I'm all just sleeping, wild thoughts, vivid dreaming.
In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Richard Martin and Stephen Merchant. In lane 3 from the Black Mountain Composite crew of Steve Krishkowiak from Capital Lakes and Ian Mongan from Black Mountain. In lane 4, Black Mountain Composite of Nick Williams from ADF Rowing Club and Stephen Reynolds from Black Mountain. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Peter Dahl and Michael Simmons. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Ted Hall and Henry Bridgewater. And in lane 7, the ANU Composite crew of Jeremy Lawrence from ADF Rowing and Peter McCartney from ANU. These first couple of races, the selection trials for the ACT team for the interstate races at the AMRC, which will be held up at Penrith later this year. At the moment, it does look to be Seb Lang and Stephen McGlynn in lane 1 in the lead. And then behind them you have Ted Hall and Henry Bridgewater over in lane 6, Jeremy Lawrence, Peter McCartney in lane 7 starting to come home strong. Nick Williams and Stephen Reynolds in lane 4, Steve Krishkowiak and Ian Mongan in lane 3, and then in lane 2, Richard Martin and Stephen Merchant. With about 200 metres to go, it does look to be lane 7, the ANU Composites crew in the lead, but they are being pushed hard by the Black Mountain crew of Ted Hall and Henry Bridgewater. Over in lane 1, Seb Lang, Stephen McGlynn, sitting in third at the moment, but they're also being pushed by Peter Dahl and Michael Simmons. And now with about 50 metres to go, it is neck and neck between lane 7, lane 6. As they come up towards the finish line, it will end up being just lane 6 by about a quarter of a boat length ahead of lane 7. Sitting in third will be lane 1, Seb Lang, Stephen McGinn, followed up by lane 4, Nick Williams and Stephen Reynolds. Lane 3, Steve Krishkowiak and Ian Mongan. And then lane 2, Richard Martin and Stephen Merchant. So looked like a win there for Black Mountain. Ted Hall and Henry Bridgewater ahead of ANU Composite, Jeremy Lawrence and Peter McCartney. In third, the Black Mountain Composite of Sebastian Lang and Stephen McGlynn. Race 2 is underway. It is the women's double scull trials for the AMRC. In lane 1 from ANU, Selena Rowland and Deanne Grant. In lane 3 from ANU, Adair Ferguson and Sarah Tynan. In lane 5, the Lake Tuggeranong Composite crew of Emma Southcott from Canberra Rowing Club and Deb Steinman from Lake Tuggeranong. And in lane 7, Kerry Nola and Sue Donahoe from ANU. Heading up past Western Park, and it is lanes 1 and 3 in the lead at the moment. The two ANU crews, Selena Rowland and Deanne Grant in lane 1, and Adair Ferguson, Sarah Tynan in lane 3. Kerry Nola and Sue Donahoe just about a boat length ahead of the Lake Tuggeranong composite of Emma Southcott from Canberra Rowing Club and Deb Steinman from Lake Tuggeranong. With about 500 metres to go now, it's still 1 and 3 in the lead, up ahead of lanes 7 and 5. With around 200 metres to go, it is lane 1, Rowland and Grant in the lead. They're about a boat length ahead of Ferguson and Tynan. Nola and Donahoe coming up close as well, and then about a boat length and a half back to Southcott and Steinman. 50 metres to go, and it will be ANU over in lane 1. They're really pushing hard at the finish. Opened up a good boat length ahead of their rivals, so win for Selena Rowland, Deanne Grant in lane 1. Second place, Adair Ferguson and Sarah Tynan, also from ANU. In third place, coming in from lane 7, it's the third ANU crew of Kerry Nola and Sue Donahoe. And in lane 5, finishing fourth from the Lake Tuggeranong composite crew of Emma Southcott from Canberra Rowing Club and Deb Steinman from Lake Tuggeranong. Couple of minutes away from the start of the men's AB coxless quad scull race 3, event number 1. In lane 1 from ANU, Benjamin Geist, Nicholas Tanner, Luca Here, Lucas Hempton, and coached by Charlie McKenzie. They're from ANU. In lane 3 from Marist College 2, William Davies, Michael Keating, Kai Martin, Bryn Hart and Tom Penrose as the cox. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, the crew of Felix Brighton Knight, Joseph Wigham, David Gozier, William Robson, coxed by Evan Newham and coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polichannon. In lane 5, the Canberra Grammar 2 crew of William Hawkins, Flynn Russell, Jamie Beauregard, Cash Kasakoff, coxed by Jack McDonald and coached by Edwin Hurd Thompson and Ben Johnston. In lane 6 from Radford College, Harrison Lonsdale, Oliver Bailey, Campbell Kruger, Charlie Stewart, coxed by Izzy Farris. And in lane 7 from Marist College, Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey Elwood, Alex Elwood and coxed by Archie Blacker. And they're underway now in race 3, the men's A and B grade coxless quad scull. In lane 1 from ANU, Benjamin Geist, Nicholas Tanner, Luca here, Lucas Hempton, coached by Charlie McKenzie. Lane 3, Marist College 2, William Davies, Michael Keating, Kai Martin, Bryn Hart, and coxed by Tom Penrose. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Felix Brighton Knight, Joseph Wigham, David Gozier, William Robson, coxed by Evan Newham, and coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polychannon. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 2, William Hawkins, Flynn Russell, Jamie Beauregard, Cash Kazakov, and coxed by Jack McDonald, coached by Edwin Hurd Thompson and Ben Johnston. In lane 6, Radford College, Harrison Lonsdale, Oliver Bailey, Campbell Kruger, Charlie Stewart, and coxed by Izzy Farris. And in lane 7, Marist College, Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey Elwood, Alex Elwood, and coxed by Archie Blacker. ANU starting off a 12-second handicap for being a coxless crew. Heading past Western Park, and it is Marist College over in lane 1 that have the early lead. They're ahead of Radford College and Canberra Grammar 2 over in lane 5. Behind them you then have Canberra Grammar 1 and ANU, and then Marist College 2 sitting in 6th at the moment. With a bit over 500 metres to go, it is still Marist College 1. They're a boat length ahead of Canberra Grammar 2 over in lane 5. And then they're in turn about half a boat length ahead of Radford College. And then a couple of boat lengths behind is the Canberra Grammar 1 crew, ANU over in lane 1, and then Marist College 2, a number of lengths back in 6th position at the moment. But it's still Marist College 1 with that boat length lead over Canberra Grammar 2. As they come up towards the 500 metre mark. Can hear the coxers exhorting their crews home. 500 metres to go. Marist College 1 out in the lead. Canberra Grammar 2 really giving them a big push. ANU in lane 1 starting to come home strong. Less the weight of being the coxless boats really powering home a little bit towards the end here. But it does look to be between Marist College and Canberra Grammar 1. Mars College still in the lead, about 100 metres to go now. They're still a boat length ahead, upping the boat rate. Canberra Grammar 2 not letting go though in lane 5. They've got to make up about half a boat length within 50 metres or so. They're really pushing hard strong, but it is going to be Mars College. Mars College take the win ahead of Canberra Grammar 2. Then it looks to be between Radford and ANU, possibly Radford getting in for third, ANU in fourth, followed up by Canberra Grammar in lane 4 and then Maris College 2 in lane 3. So a win for Maris College, they finished ahead. So lane 7, Maris College 1, Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey and Alex Elwood, Cox by Archie Blacker. They got the win ahead of Canberra Grammar 2, William Hawkins, Flynn Russell, Jamie Beauregard, Cash Kazakoff, Cox by Jack McDonald and coached by Edwin Hurd Thompson and Ben Johnston. And in third place from Radford College, Harrison Lonsdale, Oliver Bailey, Campbell Kruger, Charlie Stewart and coxed by Izzy Farris. Strong win there for Maris College in the men's A&B coxless quad sculls. In the women's A&B coxless quad sculls, race number 4 in lane 4, the Des Moines composite crew of Louisa Richards from ANU, Harriet Wallace ANU, Eloise Lambden ANU and Ella Woolbank from Des Moines Rowing Club, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 6 from ANU, Alexandra Moylan, Lily Reardon, Sophie Gerapetritis, Anika Reardon and coached by Nigel Harding. And with 250 metres to go, it is ANU 2 over in lane 6 that has a couple of boat lengths lead ahead of the Des Moines composite crew. And a win there for ANU. In lane 6, the ANU 2 crew of Alex Moylan, Lily Reardon, Sophie Gerapetritis, Anika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. And in second place, the Des Moines composite, Louisa Richards from ANU, Harriet Wallace ANU, Eloise Lambden from ANU, Ella Woolbank from Des Moines Rowing Club, and again coached by Nigel Harding. Moving on now to the Year 10, Schoolboy Year 10 coxless quad scull Division 1. In lane 1, Yarramundi composite of Ruben Hjort from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Thomas Kanaski from Yarramundi, Bradley Reichman from Yarramundi, Rasindu Nayakara from Yarramundi, and Henry Rawlings as the cox. In lane 3 from Marist College, David Birch, Darcy James, Ben Vardy, Jesse Roshan, and coxed by Logan Thomas. And in lane 5 from Radford College, Connor Jacopino, Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Webber, and coxed by Heath Shaw. And it is the crew from Marist College with about 250 metres to go that has a couple of boat lengths lead ahead of Radford College and Yarramundi. You can hear one of the coxes really exhorting their crew to get home there. The footage today brought to you by the CGS Code Cadets. Some fantastic drone and camera footage throughout the regatta, and have been doing so throughout the regatta season. Volunteers today provided by the members of the ANU Boat Club as well, so we thank them for hosting this regatta. And with about 100 metres to go, it is going to be Marist College, that crew of David Birch, Darcy James, Ben Vardy, Jesse Roshan, and coxed by Logan Thomas. They are multiple boat lengths ahead of the competition there. They're going to take it home easily, but you wouldn't think so from the coxswain's exhaustions, but it is a win for Marist College there. Marist College won, taking the win. They'll finish ahead of the Radford College crew of Connor Jacopino, Aidan Roberts, Curtis Garrett, Jan Webber, and coxed by Heath Shaw. And then in third place will be the Yarramundi composite crew of Ruben Hjort from Black Mountain, and then Thomas Kaniski, Bradley Reichman, Rasindu Nayakara, and coxed by Henry Rawlings from Yarramundi. Coming down the course now is race number 6. It's Division 2 of the Schoolboy Year 10 coxless quad sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, the 3 crew of Gian Bonacy, Oliver Chisholm, Liam Pinson, Jack Higgins, Xavier Hayward as the cox, coached by Ben Johnson and Edwin Herr Thompson. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar 2, Josh Steinman, Edward J, Tom Farinazzo, Al Mohammed Badir, coxed by Joshua Heyman and coached by Ben Johnston and Edwin Herr Thompson. Lane 5, Darren Marlin, Alec Milbank, Joel Bird, Callum Fenwick, Tom Russell, Ethan Petroni as the cox. And in lane 7, Marist College 2, Sean McCann, Xander Wild, Digby Blacker, Owen Atkinson, and coxed by Roland Carter. It is lane 1 with that early lead at the moment. So Canberra Grammar 3 looking to be about a boat length ahead of Marist College 2, with Yarramundi a little bit further behind. The fog has now cleared. Still a few clouds over the sky, but I have been told the radar is looking reasonably good for the moment. 250 metres to go now. It is still Canberra Grammar 3 in lane 1. They're sitting ahead of Marist College. Yarramundi a few boat lengths behind. So it will be between Canberra Grammar and Marist College. Marist starting to come home strong. Canberra Grammar holding off though, keeping that boat length lead ahead of the Marist College crew over in lane 7. And it will be lane 1, Canberra Grammar, Gian Bonacy, Oliver Chisholm, Liam Pinson, Jack Higgins, Xavier Hayward as the Cox, coached by Ben Johnson and Edwin Hurd-Thompson. They'll take the win ahead of Marist College 2 crew of Sean McCann, Xander Wild, Digby Blacker, Owen Atkinson and coxed by Roland Carter. And then in third place, Alec Milbank, Joel Bird, Callum Fenwick, Tom Russell and Ethan Petroni is the Cox, and they're from Darramarlin. We're underway in race 7. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 coxless quad scull in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar. Amalia Merrifield, Gemma Thompson, Hayley Noyes, Domi Plattis, coxed by Poppy Richard, coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. In lane 4, the Black Mountain Composite crew of Ada Perks, Darramarlin, Amy Manning from Black Mountain, Zoe Wiseman from Black Mountain, Eleanor Johnston from Black Mountain, coxed by Hannah Verco and coached by Mike Brady. And then in lane 6, Canberra Grammar 2, Jada Rangia, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie McKay, Amelia Mukherjee as the Cox and coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. With 250 metres to go, it is Canberra Grammar 2 over in lane 6 that has multiple boat length lead ahead of the Black Mountain Composite crew over in lane 4. Now with about 100 metres to go, it will be Canberra Grammar, Jada Rangia, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie McKay and coxed by Amelia Mukherjee, coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. They'll take the win ahead of the Black Mountain Composite crew of Ada Perks from Darramarlin, and then Amy Manning, Zoe Wiseman, Eleanor Johnston from Black Mountain, coxed by Hannah Verco and coached by Mike Brady. So a win there for Canberra Grammar in race 7, the Schoolgirl Year 10 coxless quad scull event. Coming down now is the Women's C-Grade coxless fours event in lane 3 from Black Mountain Composite. It is Annabelle Reid from Capital Lakes, Sue Donahoe from ANU Anna Chickanyani from ANU and Virginia Haywood from Black Mountain. And in lane 6, the Darramarlin composite crew of Phoebe McAuliffe from Darramarlin, Claudia Bowditch, Darramarlin, Amelia Hain from Black Mountain, Abigail Mitchell from Darramarlin, coxed by Sydney Dormer and coached by Mike Brady. With about 250 metres to go, it is the Black Mountain composite crew that is in the lead at the moment, but Darramarlin coming home strong as well. There's only about a boat length in it. The Black Mountain composite crew just holding on a little bit at the moment. Can the Darramarlin composite crew make it home? But no, it will be the Black Mountain composite crew. They're just pulling away a little bit at the end, about a boat length ahead of the Darramarlin composite crew. So a win for Black Mountain composite of Annabelle Reid from Capital Lakes, Sue Donahoe from ANU, Anna Chickanyani from ANU and Virginia Haywood from Black Mountain. And then the Darramarlin composite crew in second, Phoebe McAuliffe from Darramarlin, Claudia Bowditch from Darramarlin, Amelia Hain from Black Mountain and Abigail Mitchell from Darramarlin, coxed by Sydney Dormer and coached by Mike Brady. As we get ready for the start of the 1,000-metre races, the Masters Mixed Double Sculls, just a reminder that if you are over at Western Park, please remember to wear shoes at all times or something on your feet. There have been a number of fishermen out and about at Western Park. There are a few hooks floating around, so please ensure there is something on your feet when moving to and from the pontoons in particular. And the first boats are underway in the Masters Mixed Double Scull Division 1. In lane 1, Jane Robertson and Richard Feeks from Black Mountain. They've got a 14-second handicap. In lane 2, the Black Mountain composite crew of Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong and Christine Young from Black Mountain. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Maggie Smith and Scott Bickford, coached by Bernard Lariche. They've also got a 10-second handicap. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Suze Rogashoff and Dermot Ballon, coached by Dermot Ballon. In lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club, Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor. And then in lane 7, Black Mountain, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. So lanes 2 and 3 starting with a 10-second handicap, and lane 1 starting with a 14-second handicap. But it is a very strong opening there from lane 6. Canberra Rowing Club's Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor. They're ahead of lane 7, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. Lane 5, Suze Rogashoff and Dermot Ballum sitting in third at the moment. And then they're ahead of the 3 crews that started a little bit later on. Drummoyne in 4th place at the moment. In lane 3, in lane 2, Black Mountain Composite. And in lane 1, the Black Mountain Double. Some very strong rowing from lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club. They're a boat length ahead of lane 7 from Black Mountain, and then a couple of boat lengths back to Drummoyne over in lane 3, in lane 5, Canberra Rowing Club, and then ahead of Black Mountain Composite and Black Mountain. Coming up towards the 250 metre mark, it is still Canberra Rowing Club's Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor, boat length ahead of Black Mountains, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. Drummoyne coming up strong in lane 3. They're sitting in third at the moment, Maggie Smith and Scott Bickford. And then in 4th, Black Mountain Composite, Tony Fraser and Christine Young. Suze Rogashoff and Dermot Ballum in 5th, and Jane Robertson and Richard Feeks in 6th at the moment. But with only about 75 metres to go, it does look to be Canberra Rowing Club's Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor. They're now 2-3 boat lengths ahead of the rest. So they'll be able to go through, take the win for Canberra Rowing Club. Hilton Taylor, Judith Dahl Taylor take the win. Sitting in 2nd place, it is a bit of a strong battle there, but Drummoyne rowing through. They'll take 2nd, so 2nd for Drummoyne Rowing Club. 3rd for Black Mountain Composites, the crew of Tony Fraser from Lake Tuggeranong and Christine Young. In 4th place, Black Mountain, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. In 5th place, Suze Rogashoff and Dermot Ballum from Canberra Rowing Club. And in 6th, Black Mountains, Jane Robertson and Richard Feeks. In the 2nd division of the Masters Mixed Double Scull, it is in lane 1, Black Mountain, Mary Bonney and John Elliff. In lane 2, Black Mountain, Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott. In lane 4, Cecilia Young and Alex Leach from Black Mountain. In lane 5, Leslie Hodgson and Philip Winkworth. In lane 6, from Black Mountain, Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. And in lane 7, from Canberra Rowing Club, Warner Hiatt and Kathy Finlay. They were off go, lanes 4, 5 and 6 off 10 seconds, and lanes 1 and 2 off 18. It is that Canberra Rowing Club crew of Warner Hiatt and Kathy Finlay that are in the lead at the moment. They're a boat length ahead of Leslie Hodgson and Philip Winkworth from Black Mountain. Sitting in third, it's between Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham over in lane 6. And then in lane 4, Cecilia Young and Alex Leach. And then Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott in lane 2, and Mary Bonney and John Elliff in lane 1, making up the minor at the end at the moment. .250 metres to go. It is still Canberra Rowing Club in the lead, but that lead is being eaten up by the Black Mountain crew of Leslie Hodgson and Philip Winkworth. Sitting in third at the moment, it's between lane 6 and lane 4. So it will be interesting to see the end result here. But at the front, with 150 metres to go, it is still Canberra Rowing Club leading Black Mountain. Black Mountain starting to come home strong though. And Black Mountain have now taken the lead. They're about half a boat length ahead of Canberra Rowing Club, with lane 4 sitting in third at the moment. But it will be the Black Mountain Rowing Club crew of Leslie Hodgson and Philip Winkworth. They'll take the win ahead of Canberra Rowing Club's Warner Hiatt and Kathy Finlay. In third position in lane 4, it is Cecilia Young and Alex Leach. And then coming in fourth, Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. Then in lane 2, Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott. And in sixth is Mary Bonney and John Elliff. And they're underway in race 11. It's the men's A, B and C pairs. In lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club, Ethan Peters and Alva Closis. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Sam Goldspring and Aaron Garnham. And in lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. As the men's A, B and C pairs head up past Western Park, it is at the moment lane 6, Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer in the lead ahead of Ethan Peters and Alva Closis, and then Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garnham over in lane 4. So a strong start there from lane 2, Ethan Peters and Alva Closis, but they've been tracked down and rode through by Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer, who are now just starting to pull ahead a little bit as they head past Western Park. 250 metres to go. It is between Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer over in lane 6 for Canberra Rowing Club, and Ethan Peters and Alva Closis in lane 2, also for Canberra Rowing Club. But it does look to be that lane 6 crew of Trobe and Latimer that has a couple of boat lengths lead over lane 2, and then a few boat lengths back to lane 4, Sam Goldspring and Aaron Garnham. And lane 6, Tom Trobe and Nicholas Latimer finishing strongly. They'll take the win in the men's A, B and C grade pairs. They've got the win there for Canberra Rowing Club ahead of lane 2, Ethan Peters and Alva Closis. They'll finish in second, a couple of boat lengths behind, and then ahead of Sam Goldspring and Aaron Garnham in lane 4. They're underway in the first division of the men's A-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Schroeder, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Cormac Hayes, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5, Canberra Rowing Club's Tom Perry. And in lane 7, Hamish Harding from ANU, coached by Dave Romano. And this will be an interesting race. At the CGS Regatta 2 weeks ago, there was 0.17 of a second between Tom Perry and Hamish Harding in the battle for first. And then in the battle for third, there was 0.17 of a second between Cormac Hayes and Damien Schroeder as well. So this will be very interesting to see how this one plays out today. Since that last regatta, Damien Schroeder had a win in the under-21 men's lightweight up at New South Wales Championships, as well as second in the men's elite lightweight double scull. Tom Perry was recognised by Canberra Rowing Club for his Australian selection at a recent event held there. So it is again between Tom Perry and Hamish Harding for first place. Cormac Hayes has a couple of boat lengths lead over Damien Schroeder at the moment. So not much between Harding over in lane 7 and Perry in lane 5. Both matching each other quite well. And Tom Perry just taking a slight advantage. But it could well be another photo finish between these two competitors. Under 200 metres to go. Is it going to be Harding? Is it going to be Perry? Perry with a slight lead at the moment. He's starting to open up. Hamish Harding coming back. Tom Perry holding on. Cormac Hayes sitting in third. Damien Schroeder in fourth. It does look like it's going to be Tom Perry. He's got a boat length lead ahead of Hamish Harding at the moment with only 10 metres to go, 5 metres to go. It is going to be Tom Perry taking the win for Canberra Rowing Club. He's got the win ahead of Hamish Harding from ANU in second. In the men's A-grade single sculls, it will be Cormac Hayes in lane 3 that will take third, and then Damien Schroeder over in lane 1 taking fourth place there. So a win for Tom Perry in the men's A-grade single sculls. As we move on to race 13, it's Division 2 of the men's A-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, James Waldesy. In lane 3 from ANU, Angus Harding, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Raphael Priest. And in lane 7, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Nicholas Barnier. So in Division 2 of the men's A-grade single sculls, does look to be Angus Harding with about a boat length lead ahead of Nicholas Barnier, with another boat length behind through to Raphael Priest. .250 metres to go, and Nicholas Barnier from Canberra Rowing Club is catching Angus Harding. And may even just have rowed ahead now with as they pass the 250 metre mark. Strong finish coming from Nick Barnier at the moment with about 50 metres to go. He's got a boat length ahead of Angus Harding, who's just starting to lift a little bit. Raph Priest, another boat length behind in third position at the moment as they come up towards the finish. And that is tight. I think it's going to be a photo between Angus Harding and Nick Barnier. Angus Harding really putting in the big strokes towards the end there. So we'll wait for the photo to see who's won Division 2 of the men's A-grade single sculls, Angus Harding or Nick Barnier. In third position from Canberra Rowing Club, Raphael Priest. So photo for first and second between ANU's Angus Harding and Canberra's Nick Barnier, and third position for Raph Priest. The men's B-grade single sculls is underway. In lane 1 from Darramarlin, Henry Floyd. From lane 2, Matthew Norton from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Eden Mordyke, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4 from ANU, Lucas Hempton, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jaden Peters, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 6 from Darramarlin, Matthew Ricard. And in lane 7 from Darramarlin, Ryan Ricard. And I have had confirmation from the judges. It was lane 3, ANU's Angus Harding taking the win in Division 2 of the men's A-grade single scull. It would have been about a bow ball ahead of Nick Barnier and Raphael Priest. Men's B-grade single sculls, it does look to be Matthew Norton from Canberra Rowing Club. He's in the lead. He's got a couple of boat lengths ahead of Jaden Peters, also from Canberra Rowing Club. They're back then to Matthew Ricard in lane 6 from Darramarlin, Ryan Ricard and Eden Mordyke in lane 3 behind them. 200 metres to go. It is Matthew Norton that has the lead. He's a couple of boat lengths ahead of Jaden Peters, both men from Canberra Rowing Club. Matthew Norton coming home strong. Now he'll take the win. So Canberra Rowing Club's Matthew Norton will take the win in the B-grade men's single scull. In second position from Canberra Rowing Club as well, Jaden Peters, both men coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In third position in lane 6 is Matthew Ricard from Darramarlin, and they'll finish ahead of Ryan Ricard from Darramarlin and Eden Mordyke from Canberra Rowing Club. So Matthew Norton and Jaden Peters making it a Canberra Rowing Club 1-2 in the men's B grade single sculls. Moving on to the women's A grade single scull in lane 1 from ANU, Anika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 2 by invitation is Lily Reardon from ANU. In lane 3 from ANU, Alexandra Moylan, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Cara Griskoviak. And in lane 7 from ANU, Nicola Greenland, coached by Nigel Harding. As they pass Western Park, it is Cara Griskoviak for Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5 that has the early lead. Very strong lead over the chasing ANU pack. It looks like Anika Reardon and Nicola Greenland in lanes 1 and 7 fighting it out for second, and then Lily Reardon in lane 2 and Alexandra Moylan looking out for fourth, battling for fourth position at the moment. $150 metres to go. It is Cara Griskoviak for Canberra Rowing Club, really pushing through, coming home with a wet sail. She'll take an easy win over the chasing pack. It is between Anika Reardon in lane 1 and Nicola Greenland over in lane 7 for second position. As we just see Cara Griskoviak cross the line in first for Canberra Rowing Club. She'll take the win in the women's A-grade single sculls. Anika Reardon probably about half a boat length ahead of Nicola Greenland at the moment, so it's between 1 and 7 for second. And then Lily Reardon and Alexandra Moylan battling it out for fourth place. Couple of strokes to go, and it will be lane 1's Anika Reardon will take second. For ANU in third place, Nicola Greenland over in lane 7. In fourth by invitation, Lily Reardon, also from ANU. And in fourth place, fifth place is Alexandra Moylan. So a win for Cara Griskoviak, second for Anika Reardon, and third for Nicola Greenland in the women's A-grade single sculls. In the women's B-grade single sculls, in lane 2 from ANU, it is Charlotte Ryan, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4, ANU ACT, Elizabeth Gregory. And in lane 7, Louisa Richens from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. So coming up towards the top of Western Park, it is Elizabeth Gregory that is in the lead in the women's B grade single sculls. She's got a couple of boat lengths ahead of Charlotte Ryan, and then a few boat lengths behind that to Louisa Richens. So Elizabeth Gregory in lane 4 in the lead at the moment, Charlotte Ryan in second and Louisa Richens in third. And with 150 metres to go, it will be Elizabeth Gregory from ANU that will take the win in the women's B grade single sculls. And down to 50. 20 metres to go, a few good strokes in, and that is Elizabeth Gregory with the win in the women's B grade single sculls. She's taken the win over Charlotte Ryan from ANU. Just coming in now in second, and then in third place also from ANU, Louisa Richens. Charlotte and Louisa coached by Nigel Harding. Elizabeth Gregory, part of the ACTAS squad. Moving on to race 17, the men's C-grade coxless quad sculls, Division 1. In lane 1 from Radford College, Oliver Bailey, Oliver Fox, Thomas Canero, Matthew Wang, Harrison Lonsdale as the cox. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, it is Gian Bonacy, Oliver Chisholm, Liam Pinson, Jack Higgins, Xavier Hayward as the cox, coached by Edwin Herr Thompson and Ben Johnston. In lane 5 from Marist College, Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey Elwood, Alex Elwood, coxed by Archie Blacker. In lane 6 from Marist College, William Davies, Michael Keating, Kai Martin, Bryn Hart, Tom Penrose as the cox. And in lane 7, the coxless crew of James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Jonathan Cooper, Cam O'Neill, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. Past Western Park, and it is Marist College 1 in the lead at the moment over in lane 5. They're about a boat length ahead of a very tight battle in for second. Canberra Rowing Club coming back from the 12-second coxless handicap. They're over in lane 7, sitting strong in second, just ahead of lane 6, Marist College 2, and lane 1 from Radford College, and then a couple of boat lengths back to Canberra Grammar. But it is still Marist College 1, Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey and Alex Elwood, and coxed by Archie Blacker, still about a boat length and a half ahead of Canberra Rowing Club, but they are coming home strong in second place. .250 metres to go. It's still Marist College over in lane 5 that has the lead. Canberra Rowing Club pushing them for second though, trying to come home strongly. And then between Marist College 2 in lane 6 and Radford College in lane 1 for third position. But Marist in lane 5, still with the lead, about a boat length ahead of Canberra Rowing Club with about 100 metres to go. It does look like they're going to hold on here. A boat length and a half. 20 metres to go, and it will be Marist College in lane 5. They'll take the win in Division 1 of the men's C grade, coxless, quad sculls. Canberra Rowing Club really coming home strong in second position. So they'll take second. Marist College 2 will take third place. Radford College in fourth place, and then ahead of Canberra Grammar in fifth. So that was Division 1 of the men's C grade coxless quad sculls. So a win to Marist College, second for Canberra Rowing Club, and third for Marist College 2. Riley Chifley, Jack Miller, Harvey and Alex Elwood, and Archie Blacker as the Cox, taking the win ahead of Canberra's James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Jonathan Cooper, Cam O'Neill, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in third place, Marist College 2, William Davies, Michael Keating, Kai Martin, Bryn Hart and Tom Penrose as the Cox. Division 2 of the men's C grade coxless quad sculls. In lane 3, Marist College, Austin Benny, Benjamin Cusack, Robbie Hanson, Sam Martin, coxed by Cohen McCann. In lane 5 from Marist College, Darcy James, Xander Wild, Ben Vardy, Jesse Roshin, Logan Thomas as the Cox. And in lane 7 from Marist College, Sean McCann, Owen Atkinson, Digby Blacker, David Birch and coxed by Roland Carter. As they approach the 250 metre mark, it is Marist College 3 over in lane 5 that is in the lead at the moment. They're a couple of boat lengths ahead of Marist College 5 in lane 7 and Marist College 6 in lane 3. Plenty of cheering from the Coxes, the crowds and the rowers from the previous event as Marist College 3 in lane 5. They're a number of boat lengths ahead of the other two from Marist College in lanes 3 and 7. So it will be Marist College 3, lane 5, Darcy James, Xander Wild, Ben Vardy, Jesse Roshin and Cox by Logan Thomas. They're going to take the win, multiple boat lengths ahead of their compatriots in lanes 3 and 7, but it is going to be a ding-dong battle for second at the moment. Over in lane 3, Marist College 6 starting to come home strong, upping the stroke rate. Will they get through to second? They will! Second place for lane 3, Marist College 6, Austin Benny, Benjamin Cusack, Robbie Hanson, Sam Martin, Cohen McCann, and you don't think the Coxswain enjoyed that. And in lane 7 from Marist College, in third, Sean McCann, Owen Atkinson, Digby Blacker, David Birch, and coxed by Roland Carter. Race 19 is underway and coming up the course. It is the women's C-grade coxless quad sculls. Division 1, this is the coxless race. In lane 2, ANU, Sarah Peterswold, Tia Kneep, Jordan Crooks and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edwin Behan. In lane 4, from Canberra Rowing Club, Isabella Pitka, Elizabeth Wilson, Nikki Hay, Alison McMaster, coached by Anne Nicolay and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 6, from Canberra Rowing Club, Harriet Horsfall, Prachi Nagrath, Sandra Sweeney and Gabby Pidcock, coached by Anne Nicolay and Mark Kwiatkowski. The three crews looking very evenly matched as we come up towards the 250 metre mark. It does look to be between Canberra 1 in lane 6 and ANU in lane 2. With Canberra Rowing Club lane 6 just ahead of the ANU crew, and then only about a boat length back to Canberra 2 crew in lane 4. Hundred metres to go, and it does look to be Canberra Rowing Club over in lane 6. They've got a boat length ahead of ANU in lane 2, and then another boat length behind to Canberra 2 over in lane 4. With about 50 metres to go, it is going to be Canberra Rowing Club over in lane 6. Harriet Horsfall, Prachi Nagrath, Sandra Sweeney and Gabby Pidcock. They'll take the win ahead of ANU, about a boat length back. ANU in second, Sarah Peterswold, Tia Kneep, Jordan Crooks and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edwin Behan. And then Canberra 2 in lane 4, Isabella Pitka, Elizabeth Wilson, Nikki Hay, Alison McMaster, and coached by Anne Nicolay and Mark Kwiatkowski. They'll take third in the Division 1 of the women's C-grade coxless quad sculls. As we move on to Division 2 of the women's C-grade coxless quad sculls, these ones are all coxed. In lane 1 from Darramarlin, Yvenia Anastasiou from Darramarlin, Amelia Hain from Black Mountain, Eleanor Johnston from Black Mountain, Abigail Mitchell from Darramarlin, coxed by Sydney Dormer and coached by Mike Brady. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Amalia Merrifield, Gemma Thompson, Hallie Noyes, Domi Plattis, coxed by Poppy Richard and coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Paloma Blythe, Alice Newnham, Sammy Wilson, Tilly Klein, Jessica Latham as the cox, coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. In lane 5 from Darramarlin, Sophie Howlett, Lauren Steinman, Lucy O'Sullivan, Rose Thiel, Emily Irwin is the cox and coached by Mike Brady. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Beatrice Alexander, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie McKay, coxed by Amelia Mukherjee and coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. Division 2 of the women's C grade, coxed, coxless, quad sculls. This race being all coxed, and it is Canberra Grammar 2 that is in the lead over in lane 3. They're ahead of their compatriots from Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 4, Canberra Grammar 7 over in lane, Canberra Grammar 3 over in lane 7, and then ahead of the two Yarramundi crews in lane 5 and the Yarramundi composite crew in lane 1. The sun really starting to make a few guest appearances now over from the east at the moment, as the fog earlier in the morning has lifted. Fog certainly lifted for Canberra Grammar 2. Amalia Merrifield, Gemma Thompson, Hallie Noyes, Domi Plattis, coxed by Poppy Richard. They're in the lead at the moment. They're a good couple of boat lengths ahead of the other two Canberra Grammar crews as well. So they're looking strong. Canberra Grammar 3 over in lane 7 starting to row through now. They're now sitting in second ahead of Canberra Grammar 2, Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 4. But it's about a boat length between Canberra Grammar 2 and Canberra Grammar 3, with another boat length back to Canberra Grammar 1. Yarramundi Composite in lane 1 sitting in 4th place at the moment, ahead of Yarramundi in lane 5. But it will be lane 3, Canberra Grammar 2, that will take the win. Amalia Merrifield, Gemma Thompson, Hallie Noyes, Domi Plattis, coxed by Poppy Richard, coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. They've got the win. In second place, Canberra Grammar 1, they've been stung. They're coming back strong now for second. Will they make it through? Yes, it will be lane 4. Canberra Grammar 1 finishing second, just ahead of Canberra Grammar 3. So second place to Canberra Grammar 1, Paloma Blythe, Alice Newnham, Sammy Wilson, Tilly Klein, coxed by Jessica Latham and coached by Isabel Coleman and Patrick Curtin. Third place for Canberra Grammar 3 over in lane 7. In 4th place, the Yarramundi Composite crew in lane 1, and in 5th place from Yarramundi in lane 5. So first for lane 3, Canberra Grammar 2, second for Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 4, and third for Canberra Grammar 3 in lane 3. Moving on to the men's C grade single sculls. Race 21 on the program, and in lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar 2, Christopher Ryan, coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polychannon. In lane 3 from Radford College, Campbell Kruger. In lane 4 from Maris, Thomas Newnham. In lane 5 from Canberra, Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Hugh Andrew, coached by Chris Polychannon and Dafford Gwyn Jones. And in lane 7 from ANU, Nicholas Neals, coached by Charlie McKenzie. So it is Canberra Rowing Club's Jackson Boyd in the lead at the moment over in lane 1. He's just ahead of Maris College, just ahead of Alex Tomanovitz, also from Canberra Rowing Club, and then Campbell Kruger from Radford College. So lane 1 in the lead ahead of lane 3, then lane 5. A couple of lengths back to Canberra Grammar over in lane 6. With about 100 metres to go, it is still Jackson Boyd in the lead. He's a good boat length ahead of Campbell Kruger and Alex Tomanovitz, and it will be lane 1, Jackson Boyd, Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. He takes the win in the men's C-grade single sculls. In second place from Radford College, Campbell Kruger. In lane 5 is third, Canberra Rowing Club's Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In fourth place will be Canberra Grammar's Hugh Andrew, coached by Chris Polychanan and Dafford Gwynn Jones. Then in lane 2 will be Christopher Ryan, coached by Dafford Gwynn Jones and Chris Polychanan. And then in sixth position will be Thomas Newham from Marist College. Moving on to Division 2 of the men's C-grade single sculls in lane 1. So men's C-grade single sculls, Division 2, lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Jamie Beauregard, coached by Ben Johnston and Edwin Herr-Thompson. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Flynn Russell, coached by Ben Johnson, Edwin Herr-Thompson. Lane 4, Canberra Grammar 6, William Hawkins, coached by Ben Johnson and Edwin Herr-Thompson. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dara Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Cash Kasikoff, coached by Edwin Herr-Thompson and Ben Johnston. And in lane 7 from Radford College is Charlie Stewart. The Canberra Rowing Club's Dara Hayes in the lead at the moment. He's a couple of boat lengths ahead of Canberra Grammar's Cash Kasikoff and Radford College's Charlie Stewart. .200 metres to go. It is Dara Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club that is in the lead at the moment. He's a bit over a boat length ahead of Cash Kasikoff from Canberra Grammar, and then a couple of boat lengths back to Charlie Stewart from Radford College and William Hawkins from Canberra Grammar as well. But it will be 20 metres to go. Dara Hayes will take the win, creases his lead towards the end there, over in lane 5. So a win for Canberra Rowing Club's Dara Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In second place, Cash Kasikoff from Canberra Grammar School. In third place, just Radford College, Charlie Stewart finishing ahead of William Hawkins from Canberra Grammar School. And then Jamie Beauregard over in lane 1 and followed up by William Hawkins in, Flynn Russell in lane 3. And Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls is underway. In lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Josh Steinman, coached by Edwin Herr-Thompson and Ben Johnston. In lane 2 from Radford College, Oliver Fox. In lane 4 from Marist College, Ruben Mudge. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Al Mohammed Badir, coached by Edwin Herr-Thompson and Ben Johnston. And in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Zach Levine, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls, it is Zach Levine over in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club. He'll take the win.
Reverse for the Regatta. So as soon as this race is finished.
An easy win for Canberra Rowing Club's Zach Levine in lane 7 in Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls. In second place at the moment, it is between Al Mohammed Badir of Canberra Grammar School and Radford College's Oliver Fox. It does look like it's going to be lane 5, Al Mohammed Badir, that is about a boat length ahead of Oliver Fox. So a win for Zach Levine. Second place, Al Mohammed Badir from Canberra Grammar School, and in third, Oliver Fox from Radford College. And they'll finish ahead of Josh Steinman from Canberra Grammar over in lane 1 and Ruben Mudge from Marist College in lane 4. These two battling it out for fourth place. And it is just Josh Steinman from Canberra Grammar finishing ahead of Ruben Mudge in Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls. The women's C-grade single scull, Division 1, is coming down the course now. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Ella Horn. In lane 2, Claudia Downs from Capital Lakes. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Rachel Carnegie, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Nicolay. And in lane 7 from ANU, Eloise Lambden, coached by Nigel Harding. So as I head to with 250 metres to go, it is Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie in the lead, ahead of Capital Lakes, Claudia Downs and Ella Horn. And with 50 metres to go, it is going to be Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Anne Nicolay. She'll take the win over Capital Lakes' Claudia Downs, a couple of boat lengths ahead there, and then back to Ella Horn in third. So that was Division 1 of the Women's C-Grade Single Sculls. Division 2 of the Women's C-Grade Single Sculls from ANU in Lane 1, Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding. In Lane 3 from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. In Lane 4, Capital Lakes 1, Philippa Gray, coached by Neil Smith. In Lane 6, Capital Lakes 2, Nell Washington, coached by Neil Smith. And in Lane 7 from Black Mountain, Karis Trowell. .250 metres to go. It is ANU's Catherine Kahn in the lead at the moment, being pushed by Nell Washington from Capital Lakes over in Lane 6. And then they're just ahead of Philippa Gray from Capital Lakes, and then the two Black Mountain scullers of Pam Nash and Karis Trowell. .100 metres to go. Catherine Kahn upping the stroke rates over in Lane 1, and it does look like she will take the win for ANU. With about 50 metres to go, a good couple of boat lengths ahead of Nell Washington from Capital Lakes over in Lane 6. And then Philippa Gray from Capital Lakes in Lane 4, sitting in third. But a win for Catherine Kahn from ANU in Lane 1. Nell Washington from Capital Lakes over in Lane 6. She'll just hold off a very fast finishing Philippa Gray in second, only about a half a boat length back there. Pam Nash from Black Mountain in Lane 3 will finish in fourth, ahead of Karis Trowell from Black Mountain in Lane 7. So they're underway in the first of the 1,000-metre races. It is race 26, Masters Men's coxless quad sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club with the 28-second handicap is Kim Fisher, Hilton Taylor, Chris Raymond and Bernie Lodwick. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Ben Balthazar, Andrew Bailey, Alistair Gregory and David White. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Michael Peedham, David Coles, Pat Daverin and John Simpson. And in lane 7 from Black Mountain, Frank Briggs, Alex Leach, Daryl Ninham and Richard Riley. So with lanes 1 and 2 with the 28-second handicap, it is lanes 5 and 7 that are in the lead at the moment. It is Black Mountain in lane 7, just ahead of Canberra in lane 5. And then in the battle for third, it is Canberra just ahead of Black Mountain, probably about a boat length back there. But with about 250 metres to go, it is a boat length between Black Mountain in lane 7 and Canberra in lane 5. And then Canberra in lane 1 is sitting in third ahead of Black Mountain in lane 2. Both lanes 1 and 2 with a 28-second Masters handicap. ...150 metres to go. It is going to be the Black Mountain crew of Frank Briggs, Alex Leach, Daryl Ninham and Richard Riley with a couple of strokes to go, and they take the win over Canberra Rowing Club's Michael Peedham, David Coles, Pat Daverin and John Simpson. Both crews off go. For third place, it will be Canberra Rowing Club, Kim Fisher, Hilton Taylor, Chris Raymond and Bernie Lodwick. They'll take third, a couple of boat lengths ahead of Black Mountain 2, Ben Balthazar, Andrew Bailey, Alistair Gregory and David White.
We've got a change of commentary now with Stu just leaving. Thanks very much for the work this morning, Stu. Okay, we've got the Schoolboy Year 8 coxless quad sculls coming down now, just started. That'll be rowed over 1,000 metres. It looks like the crew in lane 6, Yarramundi, look like they're ahead at this point, with the crew next to them, Mars 1, making them work for their position. And just took the rating for that Yarramundi crew. They're moving towards the last 250, rating up around 33, and working well together. The crew from Mars College isn't going to make it too easy for them. They're probably about a length and a bit back at this point. But their timing's good. They're swinging well along well together. Yarramundi crew now in that last 250 metres. And I think it's going to be too late now for the Mars crew to make up that distance. The crew's pushing it all the way to the end. These young boys are not going to give up an inch. As they're moving towards the finish line, this now will be actually quite an easy win for them. Over they go in first place. The crew in lane 3 coming across now. They're coming across with, it's Maris number 1 just crossing now. And Maris 2 crossing the line. I called that incorrect. That was Radford College first, and it's Yarramundi crossing just now. Still got to get my lane sorted out, but we'll have that sorted for the next race. So race 28 is coming down now. Division 2 of the Schoolboys Year 8 coxless quad scull. We've got Marist in lane 1, Canberra Grammar 3 in lane 3, Canberra Grammar 2 in lane 5, and Marist College in lane 7. And they've moved through the halfway mark, past the 500 metres. At this stage, it looks like Canberra Grammar in lane 5 looks to be well ahead at this point. Just looking at this crew out in front, the Canberra Grammar crew, they look to be very well drilled. They're swinging along nicely together, and the timing's good at the catch and makes a big difference when they're all getting their power on together. And that's evidence with the margin they've got over the Canberra number 2 crew. It's lane 5 that's going to win this quite comfortably. So Canberra Grammar number 2, with Canberra number 3 in second place. We've got a close finish coming up for third place. At this stage, it looks like Mars might be... No. Looks like lane 1 will take it. Lane 1 across, followed by lane 7. Some good close racing there for third place. Well done. Next race to come down is the Schoolgirls Year 8 coxless sculls, Division 1. Lane 1, Black Mountain, Redford, Canberra Grammar, Yarramundi. Yarramundi's on the far side.
We have a spare helper here. Would you like a helper while you're barbecuing?
So for this next race, we've got Black Mountain in lane 1, Radford in lane 3, Radford in lane 3, Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 5, and Yarramundi number 1 in lane 7. Just takes a little bit longer for these younger crews to get lined up. It's a little bit of inexperience in backing it down and getting the boat pointing in the right direction. The umpire's doing the best to help them down there. But it looks like he's got them away. In this early part of the race, it looks like Yarramundi has got away very well. As they come past the park, it's looking more now like Canberra Grammar crew is probably about half a length ahead. And they're pushing out a little bit further, almost stroke by stroke. And from where I sit, it still looks like the Canberra Grammar number 1 crew is still moving ahead bit by bit from the Radford College crew.
Thank you.
Although there's not much in it from the looks of things from here. Probably about a length of clear water. Yeah, the girls' grammar crew are really starting to take advantage of this better technique, and at the same time it looks like Yarramundi have moved up a bit. They're moving past Radford. In fact, the Radford crew look like they've had a really good push through that middle part of the race and move past. So the Yarramundi crew look like now they're moving even further ahead of the Radford crew. Had a really good middle 500 here. And the girls' grammar crews, as long as they keep it together, look like they should take this out. They're well into the last 250 metres now. Again, it comes down to effective timing. They're swinging along well. Oop. Across in lane 7, looks like we've had a bit of a crab. There's only 3 of the girls rowing. The question now is, will they be able to stay ahead of the Radford crew? It's going to be tight. The Radford crew are coming back now. The Canberra Grammar crossed the line first. It's going to be neck and neck between Radford and Yarramundi. I think Yarramundi might just have it now. And very, very tight finish. As the old saying goes, the race isn't over till the siren sounds. And it looks like Darren Marlin may have got them in the last few strokes. And we've got the Black Mountain crew now just coming through. About 30 or so metres to go. Again, clearly young ladies, the beginning of their rowing career. They're working well together. Well-drilled team. At this stage of their career, it's really about enjoying it, and as I say, their timing looks good. They're moving well together. And with another season under their belt, I'm sure they'll be doing a lot quicker times next season. They're coming up on the finish line now. Well done, ladies. Right, the next race is well underway. The Schoolgirls Year 8 coxless Scull Division 2. Only 2 crews entered, Yarramundi 2 and Canberra Grammar. Again, another close race. Looks like the Canberra Grammar crew are ahead at this point, probably by about a length. Gee, this is shaping up to be a really good race. There doesn't look to be very much in it at all at this stage. As we saw in the last race, it doesn't take much to go wrong to have your boat drop back a length or two. Again, I think the timing in the girls' grammar crew, in the Canberra Grammar crew, looks to be just a little sharper than what's happening with the Yarramundi crew, and that's probably what's giving them a slight advantage as we move into the last 250 metres of the race.
Thank you. Line C noted.
This Yarramundi crew is going to make the Canberra Grammar crew work for the win. There's no question about that. And the Canberra Grammar crew looks to be bringing it up through. Canberra Grammar crosses the line first. Yarramundi just coming up on the finish line now. Yeah. Right, men's D-grade double scull on their way. We have Canberra Grammar in lane 1, Marist College number 2 in lane 2, and as I understand originally Radford was scratched, but they may not be. I'll just check for that. And then Capital Lakes in lane 4, Marist College 1 in lane 5, and Yarramundi Composite in lane 6, with Canberra Rowing Club in lane 7. And it looks like at this early stage the Canberra Grammar crew of Martin Little and Andrew Weston might be just ahead. But it's looking very close then for the second place. That looks like it's going to be a very tight finish, even at this early stage. See, at this stage, it's looking very much like it's lanes 1 and lane 3. Very tight racing, with still the Canberra Rowing Club crew, though, still sitting out in front. These younger crews are going to make the Canberra crew work pretty hard for their first place. They're coming into the last 250 metres. The Canberra Rowing Club crew seems to be keeping its length and rowing very neatly. The Canberra Grammar crew is coming through very quickly now, with Radford and Capital Lakes looking like they're going to fight it out for third place. As Canberra Rowing Club comes across first, with Canberra Grammar second and Capital Lakes in third, followed by Radford. And Marist in lane 5, Marist in lane 2. Looks like they're ready to go in the next race, race 32, men's D-grade double scull division 2. We have Marist in lane 5, Canberra Grammar 2 in lane 2.
Testing. Have we got audio? Sorry, just try now.
Just grab it.
562? Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
5, 6. Probably
See here, see the signal strength?
too many splits, check splits for
Yeah,
double.
yeah, okay.
Sorry, a little bit of audio problem there. I'm back online. Just again, it's looking like the crew from Canberra Grammar in lane 2 that is holding a slight advantage, but there's not much in it between them and Yarramundi. In fact, it's looking very close, and as I look across as well, the crew in lane 6 from Marist are also striking very well. In fact, I think they might be slightly ahead at this point. As they move into the last 250, they're really starting to move the crew from Marist. It's Yarramundi in lane 4 that's slightly ahead of the Canberra Grammar crew now. This Marist crew has really started to stretch out a big lead in the last 400 metres or so. They're bringing it home, probably rating up in the high 20s, low 30s, and working well together even at that rate. It looks like they're going to win this now fairly easily. As they cross the line, it's going to be neck and neck between Yarramundi and Canberra Grammar though. Can't really call at this point. There we go, looks like Yarramundi got it with Canberra Grammar in 3rd place. And Marist crossing. And Canberra Grammar number 2, across they go. And Marist number 5 just crossing the line now. Next race is the women's Grade D double scull, Division 1. We have Canberra Grammar 1 in lane 1. We have Capital Lakes 1 in lane 2. Black Mountain in lane 4. Canberra in lane 5. ANU in lane 6 and Yarramundi in lane 7. They're still in the starters' hands as I look on the video here. And they're clearly away. I think we had a bit of a delayed vision there. At this early stage, it looks like the race is between the lane 1 and lane 2. It looks like it's going to be a close race between Capital Lakes and Capital Lakes look like they're going to take this out from Canberra Rowing Club with Canberra Grammar looking like
Thank you. Start order finish.
We're moving to the final stages now of race 34. Lakes have a commanding lead at this point in lane, Canberra Grammar have a commanding lead in lane 7, and they should take it out, but the race for second place, it's looking reasonably tight with the crew It's going to be between the crew in lane 2. Have got it, and that's Canberra 1. Final part of this race, it looks like it's going to be lane 5, Black Mountain crossing the line first. Then lane 1 in second place, lane 3 in third. Lane 5 and 7 fighting it out there, and then lane 4 crossing. It's lane 5 over the line first, and it's going to be very close between lane 1 and lane 3. Looks like lane 1's got it. There's lane 7 just crossing now. And lane 6 just coming across the line. And coming over now is lane 2. Coming down the course now, the men's E-grade singles, Division 4. With Lake Tuggeranong in lane 1. Canberra 3 in lane 2, ADF Rowing in lane 3, Yarramundi 4 in lane 4, Radford in lane 5, and Radford 10 in lane 7. In 3 we have the row from ADF Rowing, Harry Edwards, the commanding lead at this point. The two rowers from Radford College are making him work through this last bit of the race. It's looking like the sculler in lane 7 is just ahead of the sculler in lane 5. It should be a very close finish. And then Lake Tuggeranong also in the mix for that second and third place. But at this stage it's going to be the sculler from ADF Rowing, Harry Reds, crossing the line first. And then probably a photo for second between lanes 7 and 5, with lane 1 Tony Fraser crossing in 4th place. We've got lane 2 just crossing now, the sculler Damien Rand from Canberra. And the sculler from Yarramundi just crossing now as well. The next race, the women's Grade E single sculls, is underway. Again, another race over 1,000 metres. In lane 1 we have from Radford College, Sophie Esplin. Lane 2 from Yarramundi, Madeline Betts. Lane 3 from ANU, Ayla Bauer-Williams. Lane 4 from Yarramundi is a Kanisa Paramanov. Lane 6 from Canberra 2, Ella Boyd. In lane 7, Yarramundi, Jennifer Novonsky. It's looking very close as they move past the middle stage of the race, past Western Park. Very close indeed. You could almost throw a blanket over most of the scullers. For most of these scullers, they're still the early part of their career, their rowing career, and quite a challenge in the single scull, even over these shorter distances, quite a way. And maintaining the technique and the power and the effectiveness, a bit of a challenge, especially as you move into that second 500 metres. But this stage, still looking relatively close amongst the four leading crews. And I'd say that probably the sculler in lane 1 from Radford College, Sophie Esplin, is probably out ahead at this point. And I'd venture probably the sculler in lane 4 from Yarramundi is second, but it's certainly looking close on that far side through lanes 4, 6 and 7. The sculler from Yarramundi in lanes. The sculler in lane 1 from Radford College. Oh, gee, it's really caught up. It's now very close between lanes 1 and 4. So it's between Radford and Yarramundi. And I think the sculler from Yarramundi may just have it. It's very close. So it looks like the sculler from lane 4 has got it, followed by Radford College in lane 1. With lane 3 coming across third. The sculler in lane 2 just crossing now, but unfortunately it looks like we've had one of the scullers across on the far side have probably a bit of a crab and may have gone in. The umpires are over there. She looks okay, just trying to get back in the boat. And doing all the right things from what I can see, as someone that's been in themselves 4 or 5 times. Certainly handling it much better than I do. Meanwhile, Division 2 of the E-grade single sculls is on their way down. Well past the halfway point now. We have in lane 1, Canberra 1. In lane 2, Yarramundi 5. In lane 4, Canberra. In lane 5, Yarramundi 6. In lane 6, Yarramundi 4, and in lane 7, Black Mountain. Calling the wrong one there, sorry. Still obviously very new to this commentary game. In lane 1, it's Canberra 1, in lane 2, Yarramundi 5, in lane 4, Canberra, in lane 5, Yarramundi 6, in lane 6, Yarramundi 4, and then lane 7, Black Mountain. At this stage, it looks to be the sculler in lane 4 from Canberra. Judy Walsh looks to have quite a commanding lead. And Judy's showing quite a bit of experience here. Good technique. The rates dropped down a little bit and working on length rather than rate. It's a great way to generate boat speed and should win this quite easily. The two scullers on the far side, the Yarramundi sculler and the sculler from Black Mountain, but also we have the sculler in lane 2 also from Yarramundi. So it's lane 2 that are 2 and 5 that looks like they've pushed out for the battle for second place. And across the far side, it's the sculler from Black Mountain coming across in 4th place. And Canberra 1 just coming up on the finish line now, crossing the line. The sculler from Yarramundi in lane 5, just a little bit further to go and she'll cross the line. Right, race 41 now. Again, we're getting through these races very quickly, which is good. We've got great conditions here, a slight tailwind. And again, as a sculler, never upset when the wind's coming from your stern. Just makes that little, or perceived little bit easier. Mind you, when you're getting to that last 250 metres, it doesn't seem to have helped too much. But anyway, we've got Radford College in lane 2, we've got Yarramundi 8 in lane 4, Canberra in lane 6 and Yarramundi 7 in lane 7. And again, just looking as they've moved past Western Park, it looks fairly tight. It's looking close between the sculler from Canberra and Yarramundi. A little bit hard to tell the Zooties from the overhead shot. Hits the sculler in lane 3 that looks to be ahead, but again very close.
microphone's on the...
So it's best to have a red light when it's on, is it?
Yeah.
what happens.
States are we're in adjacent things. And
Okay, we seem to have got some of the issues with the microphone fixed up. So we're moving to the final stages of the Masters Women's coxless quad scull. And gee, it looks tight across the course here. You've got Black Mountain 2 in lane 1, Black Mountain, Capital Lakes in lane 2, Black Mountain 3 in lane 4, and Black Mountain 1 in lane 6. And I can't call it at this stage between the three Black Mountain crews. It's going to be very, very tight. So they both come up, well, three of them come up on the finish line, but I'd say it's probably lane 4 from lane 6, followed by lane 1, and then the ANU composite just crossing the line now. The next race to come down will be the men's E-grade coxless quad scull, Division 1. As I look down the course, it doesn't look to have started yet. So we have in lane 1, Canberra Grammar School Masters Composite. In lane 2, Marist College 2. In lane 4, Marist College 1. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 1. And in lane 6, Radford College. Looks like we've got a start. And all the crews really got their rate jacked up for these first 20-25 strokes as they move away from the start line. Just wait for them to settle themselves down. So they start to push out for a little bit more length. It's probably the crew in lane Lane 5, the Canberra Grammar crew looks to be ahead at this point in time. From here, it still looks like this Canberra Grammar crew striking very nicely, sitting out ahead with a good look back on the rest of the crews, controlling the race. That's still rating quite high for this stage, given the lead they've got, which is good. Probably the crew over in lane 1, the CGS Masters Composite, in second place. And then very close between third and fourth. This crew in lane 1 really looks to have made a big move through the second part of the race and is coming right up on the Canberra Grammar boys. But again, a good example with good timing and length will beat rate, and they're rowing very nicely, this young crew from Canberra Grammar. But the CGS Masters Composite crew also rowing quite well. Probably about a length or two behind at this point. It looks like Marist in lane 2 sitting in third place, but as the CGS Masters Composite crew comes across the line, just stopping a little bit early, let it run across. There we go. Plenty of run in the boat to get them across the line. And the Marist crew look to have it at this point over the Redford crew. So this is lane 2. So lane 2 comes across in third place. And lane 4 just crossing the line. Race 45 now underway and moving towards the halfway mark. The men's E-grade coxless quad scull. In lane 1 we have Canberra, in lane 2 Marist College 4, in lane 5 Canberra Grammar 2, in lane 6 Marist College 3, and in lane 7 Canberra Grammar 3. At this stage it looks between the two Canberra crews in lane 7 and lane 5, with and then Canberra back in third place. Probably only about half to 3/4 of a length in it though, as they're moving into this towards the final 250 metres. And I would say it's probably lane 5, Canberra Grammar 2 that are ahead. But again, it doesn't look like there's clear water at this stage. So it's still quite winnable for the crew across in lane 7. But the Canberra crew are starting to make a push and starting to move up on second place. In fact, they're probably slightly ahead of, due to be neck and neck at this point, between the Canberra Rowing Club crew and the Canberra Grammar Club crew. But in the middle of the course, Canberra Grammar 2 look like they may have it won. But gee, it's close for this second and third. The Canberra Rowing Club crew really putting down some big strokes now just to get their nose ahead of the crew across in lane 7. And not far to go now. So lane 5 coming across first, with the Canberra crew in lane 1 just finishing a fraction early, but they're still coming across in second place, and then across in lane 7, the crew from Canberra Grammar in third place. The next race is the women's E-grade coxless quad scull. In lane 1 we've got Capital Lakes, in lane 2 Radford College, in lane 4 Canberra Grammar 2, in lane 5 Canberra Grammar 1, and in lane 7 Yarramundi 1. Looks like they're still lining up at this point, so it'll be a couple of minutes before they set off. Looks like they're away, and probably some minor steering issues down the start line, but crews are sorting themselves out. It's looking like the Canberra Grammar number 1 crew in lane 5 may be bit ahead at this point. The young ladies are rowing very nicely, putting a lot through in the mid part of the stroke there. This probably explains why they're out in the lead. And then it looks like it's probably lane 7 in second place. And then there's a line straight across the course with the 3 crews battling it out for third place. Gee, if that holds like that for the rest of the race, it's going to be very tight rowing for the young ladies through that last final part of the race. But again, it continues to be the crew in lane 5, the Canberra Grammar crew. Probably you've got clear water now on the crew from lane 7, Yarramundi. It looks like at this stage now in the battle for third place, lane 1 looks to have been moved just slightly ahead of lane 2. So Capital Lakes just moving a little bit ahead of Radford. But gee, it's close. It's probably a quarter of a length. That's going to be some great racing for these young crews. As I look at the angles now, it looks like the crew in lane 4 has come up alongside, so it's a straight line across again between lanes 4, 5 and 7. And they're coming up now in towards the last 250 metres. And again, the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 5 looks to be in a commanding position, with the Yarramundi crew in lane 7 probably about a length and a half to 2 lengths back. All the action though is going to be for third place. It's looking very tight. And probably the Capital Lakes team, the Capital Lakes crew now moving ahead. And they're actually starting to move towards the crew in lane 7, Yarramundi. They might even push them for second place. This is great work being done by the Capital Lakes crew. But if we go to the front of the race, the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 5 look like they've got this sewn up. A great row for these young ladies. Great timing, great technique. Then there's going to be the crew from Yarramundi. Looks like they're going to cross second, but gee, this Capital Lakes crew isn't going to give up easily. It's going to be Capital Lakes crossing the line in a second, and then the race between Radford and Canberra 2, very, very close. In fact, I don't think you can split them. Great racing when they're tight finished like that. Fantastic to watch. Great experience for the rowers, just finding out what it is to work really hard and fight for that finish, so well done. Race 47 now is underway. In lane 1 we've got ADF Rowing Composite. In lane 2 ANU. In lane 4 looks to be scratched. In lane 5 Lake Tuggeranong. In lane 6 Capital Lakes, and in lane 7 Yarramundi number 3. This is the women's E-grade coxless quad Division 2. It's probably the crew in lane 2, ANU, that are ahead at this time. crews would be moving through through the 500 metre mark now, probably halfway between the 500 and the 250 to go. And it still looks like it's the ANU crew out ahead in lane 2. And probably the ADF composite crew in lane 1 in second place. And Capital Lakes in lane 6. Oh, it's the this Capital Lakes crew is really making a solid move, and they're clearly out in second place. But the ANU crew, as they move probably into about the last 100 metres or so, have got a commanding lead. And the ANU crew, the ADF composite crew really swinging along well, starting to put some pressure again back into this second place, and they're really moving nicely to the finish line. But ANU are going to take it out. Lane 5, Lake Tuggeranong making, it might very well be the lane 5 that takes second place. They have. And then coming across in third place, the ADF composite crew in lane 1. And lane 6 just crossing the line now. And lane 7. A slight interruption to the program as the starters move from the 1,000 metre start down to the 1,800 metre start. But we should be starting up again fairly shortly. Men's C grade double scull, Division 1 now well underway. We have in lane 1 Yarramundi, in lane 2 Canberra Grammar, in lane 3 in lane 2 Canberra Rowing Club, in lane 3 Canberra Grammar, in lane 5 Bradford College, in lane 6 Canberra Rowing Club, and in lane 7 Mars College. As they pass Western Park, it looks at this stage like it's the crew it's the Canberra crew, Canberra Rowing Club crew. Looks like in lane 2 is probably ahead at this point. It's fairly close between first and second, but it's probably still the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 2 with their bow ahead. And that's ahead of the Canberra Rowing Club number 3 crew across in lane 6. This is looking very tight. In fact, while I've been speaking, it looks like the crew in lane 6 may have just put their bow ball ahead. So these two Canberra Rowing Club crews look like they could have a good push for the finish. These are some of Canberra Rowing Club's younger rowers, and this bodes well for the future, both for Canberra Rowing Club, but more the point, rowing in Canberra when you get this quality of racing at this level. It's neck and neck. It's hard to call as I look from the drone footage, but as I look at it now, it's probably the crew in lane 2 of Jackson Boyd and Ethan Peters with their bow ahead, but I'm not willing to call it yet, because the crew of Eden Mordyke and Zach Levine are right up there. In fact, it's neck and neck. Both the crews have got the foot down, rates up. It looks like it's going to be the crew in lane 2 that might just take it. I'll let the umpires call that one. Great racing from the two crews from Canberra Rowing Club. Looks like third place is going to be taken by Darren Marlin, and then in lane 5 again it was a very close finish as well between lanes 1 and lane 5. It looks like it will be Morris College in lane 7 coming across next, and then the boys from Canberra Grammar in lane 3 crossing just now. The race coming down now is Division 2 of the men's C grade double scull. Radford College didn't start, and then in lane 2 Morris College 3, in lane 4 Canberra 4, in lane 5 Canberra Grammar 2, in lane 6 Morris College, and then in lane 7 Canberra 1. Again, looking from the video, it's looking like it's the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7 that's ahead. And then in lane 4, Canberra Rowing Club number 4. So another great tussle between our young rowers from Canberra Rowing Club. But at this stage, it looks like the crew over in lane 7 have probably got it. Again, building up the rate in this last few hundred metres. The crew back in lane 4, keeping it long. As the crew from Canberra Rowing Club crosses in second place, it'll be Mars in lane 6 crossing for third place. So look back now, it's the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 5 and the Mars crew in lane 2. These two crews are fighting it out. Wow, it's good. But it looks like the Canberra Grammar crew have got it and the Mars crew is just crossing now in lane 2. Race 50 is now underway. It'll be the women's C grade double scull. In lane 1 we've got ANU 3, in lane 2 Canberra Grammar 2, in lane 3 Canberra Grammar 1, in lane 4 ANU 2, in lane 5 Yarramundi, in lane 6 Canberra Rowing Club, and in lane 7 ANU number 1. Just picking up the images now from the cameras, it looks like ANU probably ahead. So it's probably ANU in lane 4. As I look down the course, it looks like this breeze coming down from the start line looks to be fairly even across the course, so no one getting any one particular advantage. And again, from the rower's perspective, anything that's coming up from the stern is always a pleasure. This makes that race seem a little bit shorter, but anyway. It's looking like the ANU crew in the middle of the course have a very clear lead. At this stage I'd stay from the other ANU crew across in lane 7 and then ANU in lane 1. So this looks to be all about ANU. Again, some great depth in their women's rowing there coming through. As with the previous 2 races, it'll be good to start seeing these at this level competing up at the New South Wales or the various interstate championships, and certainly in a couple of weeks at the ACT rowing championships. We should set some good racing from that as well. But it's the crew in the middle of the course, the ANU crew number 2, Harriet Wallace and Elizabeth Gregory, who've got their bows well in front from the crew across in lane 7 of Catherine Kahn and Louisa Richards.
Come on, Charlotte and Ellie, lift it! Come on, Charlotte!
In the ANU crew crossing the line in the second, rowing beautifully together. Great technique, great sculling, well done. With the crew in lane 7 just crossing the line now. And then in lane 6 we've got the Canberra Rowing Club. Look to be pushing the crew in lane 1 from ANU. But at this point I'd say it's the crew in lane 1, the ANU number 3 crew that's going to cross the line in third place. Just ahead of Canberra Rowing Club. Less than half a length in it. And coming through in 5th place will be the double from Canberra Grammar. Some young rowers at the beginning of their career. Again, if you look at the timing of their rowing, it's very good for this level. And again, that's the future of rowing, just crossing the line now. In lane 5 we've got Yarramundi, probably about 10-15 strokes to go. And no lack of effort from these two young ladies, putting it in, and again rowing quite well together. Just crossing the line now. We have the women's DE8 and Masters 8, and as I look at the drone, it's 3 crews across the lake, with the crew in 4th place in lane 1, just a little bit behind, not much though, probably half a length in it, but it's looking like the crew probably the crew in lane 6, the Canberra composite crew that's probably just a bit ahead at the moment, but by gee, there's not much in it. Lane 7, again another Canberra composite crew. I can't call it at this point, they're so close. The crew in lane 5 seems to be dropping back just a little bit, the Canberra grammar crew. And then the Canberra crew in lane 3, just about 2 lengths off the pace at this point. But let's go back to what's happening over in lanes 6 and 7. This is neck and neck. This is some great 8s racing going on here, and it's bow ball to bow ball at this point. Looks like, just as I look at it now, it looks like lane 7 maybe just ahead, but gee, it's not much. There's just pace looks a little bit too much for the boat in lane, the crew in lane 5. Just dropping back. It's still in touch. They haven't got clear water yet, but it's going to be all between this first and second as they move towards the last 250 metres. These two boats have just been battling it out from the start. It's looking like lane 6 might be just ahead, but oh gee, the way they've been swapping the lead as they come down the course. But now the crew in lane 5 is making their move. The crew from Canberra Grammar, they want a piece of the action as well, so they're coming back into it. In fact, I'd say this Canberra Grammar crew could be moving, if not past, certainly drawing level. The weights have come up amongst all 3 crews as they race these final 20 or 30 metres for first place. It's probably lane 5 just ahead of lane 6, but lane 5's coming back, lane 7 holding on, very, very tight. Could be 2 or 3 strokes in it, there it is. With lane 7 ahead of lane 6, with the ladies from Canberra Grammar just crossing the line. And not more than a length or so off the pace, the crew from Canberra Rowing Club.
like a starship. All the stress, anxiety's been hitting too hard. Got the laser beam beaming and they're shooting for the stars. Yeah, my wrist so big that nothing is stuck in orbit. I skirt off in the new weapon, so fly it's like a starship. I've been changing colors, shining like no other. Money isn't the issue, it's where I'm from and I'm mothers. I can run the back, in the pad, make it back, no trouble. But they've been on my back, so I'm out there to buzz around and bug them. I've been changing seasons, still haven't found my reasons. Trying to keep the beat flowing, water ice, you know the feeling. I don't know what I'm seeing, trying to feel back with my being. Cause I'm all just sleeping, wild thoughts, vivid dreaming. So fly it's like a starship. All the stress, anxiety's been hitting too hard. Got the laser beam beaming and they're shooting for the stars. Yeah, my wrist so big that nothing is stuck in orbit. I skirt off in the new weapon, so fly it's like a starship. I've been changing colors, shining like no other. Money isn't the issue, it's where I'm from and I'm mothers. I can run the back, in the pad, make it back, no trouble. But they've been on my back, so I'm out there to buzz around and bug them. I've been changing seasons, still haven't found my reasons. Trying to keep the beat flowing, water ice, you know the feeling. I don't know what I'm seeing, trying to feel back with my being. I'm all just sleeping, wild thoughts, vivid dreaming. Vivid dreaming.
It's all so harmful to me. Poison. Beyond me, I look into the mirror, cannot recognize the monster I'm seeing before my eyes. Breaking free, leave it all behind. It's all so harmful to me. Poison. Feeling all my senses, I'm under control. What do I keep going up?
Broken promises, oh, they just haunt me. I'm locked inside, these feelings can't be free. We were happy, maybe that was just me. All I can remember is how you promised me. You said that you'll be here, but why I'm here alone? I wasted everything, now I got nothing. Oh, time is all I have, but you took it again. Now I'm here wishing for a time machine, time machine. Take me back. Take me back. If we didn't meet on that rainy day, would we have fallen in love and ends up this way? Don't apologize, just tell me why. Just tell me why. Broken promise. You said that you'd be here, but why I'm here alone? I wasted everything, now I got nothing. Oh, time is all I have, but you took it again. Now I'm here wishing for a time machine, time machine. Ooh, I need a time machine, something I can rewind all these scenes, take them out from my memory. Yeah, I need a time machine, yeah, yeah. Play, rewind, delete, restart, yeah, yeah. Play, rewind, delete, restart.
Let me call you tonight, and I need you in my life. Baby, I miss you so much. Sick of love, but I need you in my life. Sorry, love, but you don't have to fight. Let me come and let me hug you tight. I'm sorry, love, but you don't have to fight. Let me make it better, I will sing to you. Shawty, you so perfect, let me fall for you. Sorry to know you're all alone tonight. Yeah, closer to you, falling. Hey, hey, hey. Sorry to know. Hey, hey, hey. Falling. Hey, hey, hey. Sorry to know you're all alone tonight. Yeah, close enough love, but I need you in my life. Sorry, love, but you don't have to fight. Let me come and let me hug you tight. Sorry, love, but you don't have to fight. I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling, falling for you. Let me call you tonight, and I need you in my life. Baby, I miss you so much. Let me make it better, I will sing to you. Shawty, you so perfect, let me fall for you. Sorry to know. Hey, hey, sorry to know you're all alone tonight. Yeah, closer to you. Sorry to know you're all alone tonight. Yeah, close enough love, but I need you in my life. Sorry, love, but you don't have to fight. Let me come and let me hug you tight. Sorry, love, but you don't have to fight.
Underway now, we have race 52, Division 1 of the men's A and B grade double sculls. In lane 1 from Morris College, Harvey Elwood, Alex Elwood. Lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Joseph Wigham, William Robson, coached by Chris Pollachanan and Dafford Gwynn Jones. In lane 5 from the ANU, Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton, coached by Charlie McKenzie. And in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Schroeder and Ralph Priest, coached by Dave Romano and Mark Kwiatkowski. And with about 700 metres down in this race, it is the crew from ANU, Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton, with about a quarter of a boat length over the Canberra combination of Damien Schroeder and Raphael Priest, as crews come past the 1,000 metre mark on the course now. So the Morris College combination of Elwood and Elwood just starting to lift now, holding on to a very narrow third place behind the ANU and Canberra Rowing Club combinations. And the crew of Canberra Grammar, Joseph Wigham and William Robson, sitting a little bit further back in 4th place. The crew is now with 1,000 metres to go in this race 52, Division 1 of the men's A and B grade double sculls. And as the crews come past Western Park with about 750 metres to go in this race, there's still a close contest between the combinations from ANU and Canberra Rowing Club on the Western Park side of the course. With the Canberra Rowing Club combination of Schroeder and Priest just edging ahead now by about half a boat length over the ANU combination. Those two crews pulling ahead of the crews from Canberra Grammar and Morris College on the far side of the course. Morris College in a comfortable 3rd place now with about a length and a half over the Canberra Grammar combination. As crews finish rowing past Western Park now, you can see the ANU combination of Hare and Hempton starting to lift their rate, but the Canberra combination of Schroeder and Priest is just continuing to edge ahead. Cement their lead of about a boat length now as the crews move to the last 500 metres of this race. That Canberra combination now just increasing the rate a little bit further and really pulling ahead now. Extending their lead to about a boat length and a half over the rest of the field. And what was a close race in the first half of this race with the first 3 crews less than a boat length apart at the 750 metre mark. The field's now spread out to about 6 boat lengths between first and third. And as the crews all now push in the last 250 metres of this race, you can see the Canberra combination continuing to lift their rate. You really extend their lead to just over 2 boat lengths now over the ANU combination in lane 5. And across the line in first place, it will be the Canberra Iron Club combination of Damien Schroeder, Raphael Priest, coached by David Romano and Mark Witkowski. Across the line in first place, about 3 boat lengths over the ANU combination of Luca Hare, Lucas Hempton, coached by Charlie McKenzie. And third place, we'll go to the Morris College combination of Harvey Elwood and Alex Elwood, with the Canberra Grammar combination of Joseph Wiggum and William Robson rounding out the field in this race. They're coached by Chris Polachanen and Dafford Gwyn Jones. That's at race 52, Division 1 of the men's A and B grade double sculls. Coming past Western Park now, we have race 53, Division 2 of that same event. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Christopher Ryan and Hugh Andrew, coached by Chris Polachanen and Dafford Gwyn Jones. In lane 5, also from Canberra Grammar, Felix Brighton Knight and David Goizer, also coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polachanen. And in lane 7, the Morris College combination of Kai Martin and Jack Miller. The crew's comfortably into the last part of this race now. It looks like it's the Morris College combination on the Western Park side of the course, with about a boat length and a half over the Canberra Grammar combination of Chris Ryan and Hugh Andrew, who are fighting for that first place now. Pushing the last 50 metres of this race now, and the first place will go to the Morris College combination of Kai Martin and Jack Miller. Crossing the line now. Second place to the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 3. That's a combination of Christopher Ryan, Hugh Andrew, coached by Chris Polachanen and Dafford Gwyn Jones. And third place, rounding out the field in this event, will be the Canberra Grammar combination of Felix Brighton Knight, David Goizer, also coached by Chris Polachanen and Dafford Gwyn Jones. Moving now to women's racing, coming past Western Park, we have race 54. That's the women's A and B grade double sculls. Both crews from the Australian National University in lane 5, the combination of Lily Reardon, Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding. And lane 7, the combination of Alexandra Moylan and Annika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding and David Romano. Crews pushing the last 500 metres of this race. It is a combination of Alexandra Moylan and Annika Reardon on the Western Park side of the course, leading by about 3 boat lengths over their competitors from the ANU. You can see that combination of Moylan and Reardon really lifting their rate into the last 250 metres of this race and extending their lead over their fellow ANU competitors. And that we first placed to the ANU combination of Alexandra Moylan and Annika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding and David from Arno. Annika Reardon in that event was also yesterday invited to the 2020 Australian Rowing Team Selection Trials to happen later this month and early next month up at Penrith. So congratulations to her. One of several ACT athletes invited to the trials this year. Second place to the other ANU combination, Lily Reardon and Catherine Kahn, in lane 5 and coached by Nigel Harding. That concludes race 54, the women's A and B grade double sculls. And as we move back to 1,000 metre racing, lining up in the course now, we have race 55, Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 1 from Bradford College, Jason Luzau, Ewan Grigg, Will Packboy, Lachlan Blight, coxed by Jonah Dixon. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Riley Sheldon, Harry Budd, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outram, Jack Frizzle the Cox, coached by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. In lane 3 from Bradford College, Angus Scott, Noah Vossen, Marcus Ward, Marley Cower Buchanan, coxed by Heath Shaw. In lane 5 from Darramarlin, Joachim Asham, Patrick Edwards, George Bowditch, Ben Ricard, Ryan Mitchell the Cox. In lane 6 from Iris College, Austin Benny, Benjamin Cusack, Robbie Hanson, Sam Martin and Roland Carter the Cox. And lane 7 rounding out the field for this event, the Bradford College crew of Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, Hamish Gaydon with Izzy Farris the Cox. Just inserting into the schedule before the Schoolboy quads get underway, we have race 72 occurring now. That's the Masters 8 trials. In lane 5 we have Black Mountain Composite of Ian Mongan, Sebastian Lang, Stephen McGlynn, Henry Bridgewater, Damien Pentony, Ted Hall, Richard Martin, Stephen Merchant, Renee Domington's a coxswain there. And in lane 7, a composite of Canberra Rowing Club, ANU, the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club and Black Mountain, the crew of Nick Williams, Jeremy Lawrence, Ben Farrell, Damien Heitbrink, Stephen Reynolds, Rowan J. Wardena, Peter McCartney, John Blackwell, coached there by Terry O'Hanlon. These two crews are riding for selection in the ACT Interstate Masters team to represent the ACT at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships to be held in Penrith in late May this year. And as the crew's pushing the last 250 metres of this race, it does look like it is the combination crew from Canberra, ANU, the ADF and Black Mountain on the Western Park side of the course, edging ahead by about half a boat length with 250 metres to go. Is really going stroke for stroke here for each other in the last 50 metres of this race. So line first, it was the Canberra ANU ADF Black Mountain Composite. That's the crew of Williams, Lawrence, Farrell, Heitbrink, Reynolds, J. Wardena, McCartney and Blackwell. Cox by O'Hanlon, getting across the line just ahead of the crew from Black Mountain in lane 5. Line up on the course now at the 1,000-metre start line. We have race 55. That's Division 1 of the Schoolboys Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 1, Radford College. Lane 2, Canberra Grammar. Lane 3, Radford College. Lane 5, Yarramundi. Lane 6, Morris College. And lane 7, rounding out the field for this race, Radford College. Those crews lining up on the start line now. With race 55 just underway now. We have the Radford College crew in lane 7 on the Western Park side of the course, just edging ahead to a very early lead there of about a quarter of a boat length. And not far behind them, the Morris College combination in lane 6. And the Yarramundi combination in lane 5, holding on to third place as the crews push into the second 250 metres of this race. And as the crew's pushing the second 500 metres of this race, it is the Radford College crew in lane 7, still leading the way. About half a boat length over the rest of the field, but they're now being chased by the Canberra Grammar combination lane 2. There's a combination of Sheldon, Bud, Tranter, Outroom and Frizzle, putting in a valiant effort in this second half of this race. That Radford crew in lane 7 just increasing their rate now and further extending their lead over the field. You can see the Radford crew using that technical, having the technique all together to really extend their lead over the two crews from Canberra Grammar, who are fighting out for the second and third place in this event. About 150 metres to go in this race. You can see the Radford crew lift their rate even further, extending their lead now to about 2 boat lengths over the rest of the field. But it will be the Radford College combination of Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, Hamish Gaydon and Izzy Farris crossing the line in first place for this race 55, Division 1 of the Schoolboys Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. But the real contest here is for second and third place between the Morris College combination in lane 6 and the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 2. But second place will go to the Morris College combination lane 6. Austin Benny, Ben Cusack, Robbie Hanson and Sam Martin, Roland Carter the coxless. With third place going to lane 2, Canberra Grammar, Riley Sheldon, Harry Budd, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outroom, Jack Frizzle. Fourth place to Radford College in lane 1. fifth place to Radford College in lane 3. And the Yarramundi crew in lane 5 rounding out the field for this race 55, Division 1 of the Schoolboys Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. And away now we have Division 2 of that same event. In lane 1 from Radford College, Jeffrey Pye, Carla Ghirardello, Joshua Miller, Rowan Harris, Finlay Stewart the Cox. Lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Jonathan Lamsey, Aidan Brooks, Kellen Bennett, Joe Hiles, Matty Hoggett the Cox, coached by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. Lane 3 from Morris College, William Chules, Xavier Robins, Jonas Bailey, James Harricks, Tom Penrose the Cox. Lane 5 from Radford College, Nicholas Race, James Talby, Jeremy Longland, Jaden Wigendra and Eric Wong the Cox. Lane 6 from Morris College, James Templeton, Joshua Coates, Charles Carter, Maximus Hasty, Cox by Logan Thomas. And in lane 7 rounding out the field for this race is the Yarramundi crew of Tom Sherlock Hemming, Bradley Patmore, Joel Kennedy, Matthew Philp, with William Poles the Cox there. These crews going past Western Park now. As the crews come into the second half of this race now, looks to be the Morris College crew in lane 6 leading the way. With a good contest for the minor placings here between the Morris College crew in lane 3 and the Yarramundi crew on the Western Park side of the course in lane 7. The crew's now coming up to about 350 metres to go in this race. But it is that Morris College crew in lane 6. That's a combination of James Templeton, Joshua Coates, Charles Carter, Maximus Hasty and Logan Thomas. Extending their lead to about a boat length and a half now over the Yarramundi College combination, Tom Sherlock Hemming, Bradley Patmore, Joel Kennedy, Matthew Philp and William Poles there. The first crews for this race now into the Red Boys in the last 250 metres of this race. You see the Morris College crew start to lift their rate just a couple of points and start to push their lead out further over the rest of the field. So the Yarramundi crew also trying to lift the rate, but not being quite as effective through the water as Morris College continue to pull away in this race. But a good contest here for third place between the Morris College combination in lane 3 and the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 2. You see that both crews lifting their rate to try and get across the line in third place. But first place in this race 56, Division 2 of the Schoolboys Year 9 Cox and coxless scull will be the combination from Morris College in lane 6, James Templeton, Joshua Coates, Charles Carter, Maximum Hasty, Cox by Logan Thomas. And second place and about 3 boat lengths behind to the Yarramundi College combination of Tom Sherlock Hemming, Bradley Patmore, Joel Kennedy, Matthew Philp and William Poles, with the Morris College combination of William Chules, Xavier Robins, Jonas Bailey, James Harricks and Tom Penrose coming across the line in third place. They're followed in fourth by the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 2, Jonathan Lamsey, Aidan Brooks, Kellen Bennett, Joe Hiles, Matty Hoggart, coached there by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. And just crossing the line now, we have the 2 crews from Radford College in lane 1 and lane 5. With 5th place to the crew in lane 1, Jeffrey Pye, Carla Ghirardello, Joshua Miller, Rowan Harris and Finlay Stewart. And the Radford College crew in lane 5 running out the field for this race, Nicholas Race, James Talby, Jeremy Longland, Jaden Wigendra and Eric Wong the Cox. That is race 56, Division 2 of the Schoolboys Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Coming past Western Park now, we have race 57, which is the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls in lane 1 from Yarramundi. Sina Paramanov, Elena Mamatis, Jennifer Noveski, Madeline Betts, Alata Jagoda the Coxair, encouraged by Yana Pretorius. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Natalie Wilson, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer, Sophie Gray the Coxair, coached by Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. Lane 3 from Yarramundi, Eloise Gardner, Sarah Tierney, Charlotte Coleman, Marina Soldo and Amelia Marangoni the Cox. In lane 5 from Radford College, Matilda Chapman, Palek Maheshwari, Bella Schofield, Zara Turner, Mila Sullivan the Cox. Lane 6 from Yarramundi, Tricia Salzar, Kathleen Dunkley, Layla Donnelly, Hannah Blackwell and Emily Irwin. And in lane 7, rounding out the field in this race, it is the Canberra Grammar School crew, Susie Lang, Zara McLean, Tessa Erskine, Grace Gordon, Georgia Willett the Cox, coached there by Sarah Peterswell and Mark Halpin. As the crews are all into the Red Boys now with 250 metres to go, looks to be the 2 Canberra Grammar crews. They're the combinations in lane 7 and in lane 2 leading the way, with the lane 2 crew just slightly ahead now. And the Yarramundi College combination in lane 3. Holding on there for 3rd place. They're followed by the Radford College combination in lane 5. The remaining 2 Yarramundi crews just behind them now. But a great race here now for 1st place with the 2 Grammar crews going stroke for stroke with each other. But across the line in 1st place will be the Canberra Grammar School combination in lane 2. That's the crew of Wilson, Oliver, Duncan, Limmer and Gray the Cox. And just ahead in 2nd place, the Canberra Grammar crew of Lang, McLean, Erskine, Gordon and Willett. And the Yarramundi combination in lane 1 in 3rd place by less than a canvas. That's a combination of Paramov, Mamatis, Noveski, Betts and Jagoda. 4th place to the Radford College combination of Chapman, Maheshwari, Schofield, Turner and Sullivan. 5th place to the Yarramundi College crew of Gardner, Tierney, Coleman, Soldo, Marangoni. And the Yarramundi crew in lane 6 rounding out the field for this race. That's the crew of Tricia Salza, Kathleen Dunkley, Layla Donnelly, Hannah Blackwell and Emily Irwin, coached there by Yana Pretorius. Just starting out at the 1,000 metre start line, we have race 58, and that's Division 1 of the men's D-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Radford College, we have Hamish Whittier. Lane 2, Yarramundi's Diarmid McArdle. Lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Chris Raymond. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Stephen Troll. Lane 6 from Capital Lakes, Elliot Jellier, coached there by Neil Smith and Diane Jemison. And rounding out the field for that race is the Canberra Scull of Martin Little in lane 7. And as a cruise for that race come past Western Park now, it is the Canberra Sculler of Martin Little, leading by about half a boat length over the Yarramundi Sculler, Diarmid McArdle in lane 2. With a good contest here for 3rd place between the crews from Radford College, Capital Lakes and Black Mountain. Those crews now with about 500 metres to go in this race 58, Division 1 of the men's D-grade single sculls. And as the crews come into the side of the finish line now, you see a really good contest ensuing between the two Canberra scullers. That's Chris Raymond in lane 3 and Martin Little in lane 7. Are those two scullers going really stroke for stroke now for the first place? I think it might be Chris Raymond lane 3, just starting to edge ahead now by about a canvas. And the crew's now returning to the Red Boys here in the last 250 metres for this race. It is the Canberra scull of Chris Raymond leading the way. About a boat length to the other Canberra scull of Martin Little in second place. And third place now resting with the Radford College scull of Hamish Whittier in lane 1. But across the line in first place will be the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Chris Raymond. Really been leading the race for the last 500 metres or so. Actually edged ahead of the other Canberra sculler. That's Martin Little, who will cross the line in second place. But that has just been pipped for second place at line, with second place going to the Radford College scull of Hamish Whittier. And third place to the Canberra Club scull of Martin Little by about a quarter of a canvas there. Fourth place to the Black Mountain sculler of Stephen Troll. Sixth place to Elliot Jellier from Capital Lakes. He's coached there by Neil Smith and Diane Jemison. And will be the Darren sculler of Diamond McCardle roaming out the field for this race 58. That's Division 1 of the men's D-grade single sculls. And that's the last sculler across the line now for race 58. And now we have race 59, that's Division 2 of the men's D-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from CGS Masters, Alan Carey. Lane 2 from Drumone, Scott Bigford. Lane 3 from Durham Island, Eddie Marks. Lane 4, Canberra Grammar's Rufus Walsh. Lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Steve Griskoviak. Lane 6, Radford College, Lachlan Lloyd. And Lane 7 rounding out the field for this race from Canberra Own Club is Andrew Weston, coached there by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. And as the crews come past Western Park now into the middle part of this race, it is the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Andrew Weston leading the way. Edged ahead to about a boat length lead now over the scullers from Radford College in lane 6, Lachlan Lloyd, and Capital Lakes Steve Griskoviak in lane 5. But it is Steve Griskoviak there pulling ahead just now for second place. About a quarter of a boat length over Lachlan Lloyd and Radford College, who's holding on to third place now. But a great contest here for the minor placings in this race. You can see now the capital A scull of Steve Grascoviak just lifting his rate now in his power, closing that lead now from first place. Still the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Andrew Weston, but now only about half a boat length behind Steve Grascoviak from Capital Lakes. Holding on to second place now with Lachlan Lloyd, the Bradford College sculler. Sitting in third place now, but being chased down by the Canberra Grammar sculler of Rufus Walsh, who's just lifting his rate now, trying to get his head into the medal finishes here. And you can see as the crew's pushed in the last 300 metres of this race at the Capital Lakes sculler in Steve Grascoviak, just lifting his rate a little bit further now. And continuing to close on the lead from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 7. Just edging ahead now by about a quarter of a canvas to the last 250 metres of this race. So great contest here for first and second, and then again for third and fourth. You see all the crews here now in the red boys in the last 250 metres of this race. Really see Steve Grascoviak here not wanting to give up the lead now. Finding another gear to go a little bit further and extend his lead to about a boat length over the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Andrew Weston. So from third place with about 250 metres in, to win in the race comfortably now, we have first place to the Capital Lakes sculler of Steve Grascoviak. Second place, about a boat length and a half behind the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Andrew Weston. And a strong finish by both the sculler from Radford College and from Yarramundi Rowing Club. But I think it is the Radford College scull of Lachlan Lloyd who snuck into third place there, with the Drummoyne scull of Scott Bickford in fourth, the Canberra Grammar scull of Rufus Walsh in fifth, and the Darren Island scull of Eddie Marks rounding out the field for this race 59. That's Division 2 of the men's D-grade single sculls. A great race there by all crews, all scullers. And away now at the 1,000 metre start line, we have race 60. That's Division 1 of the women's D-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Radford College, Sophie Espelard. Lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Amelia Ryan, coached by Neil Smith and Diane Jemison. Lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Isabella Darcy, coached by Sarah Peterswold and Mark Halpin. In lane 5, the Capital Lakes ACT scull of Ella Horn. Lane 6, also from Capital Lakes, Isabella McFarlane. And in lane 7, from the ANU, Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edward Bean. So the crews for that race just starting to come past Western Park now. As all the crews for this race come into the red boys now in the last 250 metres. Looks like it's the ANU scull of Holly Kilmartin leading the way. With about half a boat length over the Capital Lakes scull of Ella Horn in lane 5. Then in third place, we're looking at the Radford Collar scull of Sophie Esplanade. He's holding on there for third place over the rest of the field. But across the line first in this race 60, Division 1 of the women's D-grade single sculls. It will be the Australian National University's Holly Kilmartin in lane 7, coached there by Edward BN. Putting a good fight and coming across the line in second place, the Capital Lakes ACT scull of Ella Horn in lane 5. Those two scullers just crossing the line now. But a really good contest here for third place between the Radford Collar sculler in lane 1 and the Capital Lakes sculler in lane 6. But I think it will be the Radford Collar sculler of Sophie Esplanade in lane 1 across the line first for third place and rounding out the medals in this race with fourth place to the Capital Lakes sculler of Isabella McFarlane. Fifth to the Capital Lakes sculler of Amelia Ryan, coached by Neil Smith and Diane Jamison. And the Canberra Grammar sculler of Isabella Darcy, rounding out the field there for race 60. Line up in the start line now, we have race 61. That's Division 2 of this event, the women's D-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Caitlin Crick. Lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Imogen Horn. Lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Madeline Jellier. In lane 4, Lake Tuggeranong's Olivia Hoytnick. In lane 5, Madeline Lacey of Radford College. In lane 6 from Des Moines, Maggie Smith. And in lane 7, rounding out the field for this race, is Canberra Own Club's Ella Boyd, coached by Anne Nikolai and Mark Kudakowski. These crews just lining up now at the 1,000 metre start line. Those crews are away now for race 61, Division 2 of the women's D-grade single sculls. With a full field here, we have a great contest ensuing that as the crews come in and finish off their first half of this race, it is the sculler from Capital Lakes in lane 3, Madeline Jellier. Leading the race, she's got about half a boat length over the crews on the other side of her. That's the Canberra Grammar scull of Imogen Horn and Lake Tuggeranong scull of Olivia Hoytink. Those three scullers are holding on to the medal finishes, the medal places so far in this race. With about 500 metres to go in this race now, we still have the Capital Lakes scull of Madeline Jellier holding on, but barely now with only about a quarter of a boat length to the Canberra Grammar School sculler of Imogen Horn in lane 2. Those two crews are really going stroke for stroke with each other. And a close third there also to the Lake Tuggeranong scholar of Olivia Hoytnick. Jess seems to have a little bit of trouble keeping her line there, costing herself a few metres in the process. But now with that 400 metres to go in this race, it is the Canberra Grammar Scull of Imogen Horn edging ahead now by about half a boat length over the Capital Lake Scull in lane 3. And the Lake Tuggeranong Scull in lane 4. These three crews here in lanes 2, 3 and 4 have really been the good contest all race. They're going tit for tat for each other for the medal finishes. You can see the Capital Lake Scull of Madeline Jolly not wanting to give up the lead just yet, increasing her rate a little bit and closing that gap now to Imogen Horn in lane 2, but it's still Imogen Horn leading now by about a quarter of a boat length over the rest of the field. We're seeing a great lift now from the sculler from Drummoyne, that's Maggie Smith in lane 6. A lift in her rate a couple of points now and pushing in for third place. So it's a cruise in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 6. Really all fighting out here now for the placings, and it's anyone's race at this point in time. All the crews in third, boys, now in the last 250 metres of this race. See none of the crews wanting to give up, but you can see the Drummoyne sculler, Maggie Smith, just lifting her rate a little bit further. I think she might have left her strong finish just a little bit too slow, because it will be the Canberra Grammar School sculler in lane 2 of Imogen Horn across the line in first place. But a great race all the way from these girls here in race 61. So first place to lane 2, Canberra Grammar Imogen Horn. Second place to lane 3, Capital Lakes Maddie and Jalia. And a third and fourth a photo finish between lane 4 of Lake Tuggeranong and lane 6 of Drummoyne. Fifth place to Canberra Own Club's Ella Boyd. Sixth place to the Bradford College Scholar of Madeline Lacey. And rounding out the field for this race from Capital Lakes in lane 1, Caitlin Quick, coached there by Neil Smith and Diane Jamison. A great race for this race 61, Division 2 of the women's D-grade single sculls. And as we move into the last 10 races of today's program, we have race 62 underway now. That is the men's E-grade double sculls. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Billy Brumley, Elliot Jellier, coached by Neil Smith and Diane Jamison. In lane 2, the Darren combination of Isaac Harbin and Hayden Greenwood. In lane 3 from Morris College, Riley Elliott and Riley Dale. In lane 6 from ANU, Stuart John and Tim Artelaris, coached there by Charlie McKenzie. And rounding out the field for this race in lane 7 is the Canberra Own Club crew of Brent Ryan and Rod Kaplik, coached there by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. These crews just starting to come past Western Park now. As the crews come past, they finish at Western Park. Now it is the ANU combination of Stuart John and Tim Artelaris leading there now. As Stuart, the former executive officer of Rowing ACT, they're holding on to first place by about a boat length over the Capital Lakes combination in lane 1 of Billy Bromley and Elliot Jellier. But Stuart and John doing a really good job here now. Stuart and Tim, sorry. Really holding on to their lead by about a boat length over the rest of the field. Third place at the moment, we have the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Brent Ryan and Rod Kaplik. They're about half a boat length ahead of the combination from Morris College, Riley Elliott and Riley Dale. And just behind them, the Darren crew of Harbin and Greenwood. They're running out the field for this race so far. With about 300 metres to go in this race, it is still the ANU combination of Stuart John and Tim Artelaris leading the way. And this crew been leading for the best part of this race now. Holding on with about a boat length over the Capital Lakes combination. But you can see the crew there of Bromling and Jellia lifting their rate. They're not going to give up second place quite so easily. You can see both the ANU and the Capital Lakes crew lifting now into the last 250 metres of this race. The ANU crew just losing a little bit of momentum as the Capital Lakes crew come through. They're just starting to throw just through them now and rating a couple of points higher. The Capital Lakes crew is really rowing through now, leading by about a boat length over the ANU crew on the other side of the course. But across the line in first place and a hard-fought win for the Capital Lakes combination of Billy Bromley and Elliot Jellia, taking the win by about a boat length and a half over the ANU combination of Stuart John and Tim Artelaris, coached there by Charlie McKenzie. Third place will go to the Canberra Rowing Club combination of Brent Ryan and Rod Kaplick, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. Just about to cross the line now in third place. They're followed by the Morris College crew in lane 3, Riley Elliott and Riley Dale. And with the Darren Island crew of Isaac Harbert and Hayden Greenwood rounding out the field for this race 62, the men's E-grade at double sculls. And lining up on the course now at the 1,000 metre start line, we have race 63, Division 1 of the women's E-grade double sculls. In lane 1 from Radford College, Matilda Chapman and Bella Schofield. In lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Charlotte Van Gerwen and Annabelle Kingston, coached by David Bagnall. In lane 4 from ANU, Elaine Biscuit and Sue Donoghue. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Gabriella O'Kane and Roseanne Lawrence. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Zoe Honeybrook and Neve Power, coached there by Sue Donoghue and Sarah Lorenz. These crews lining up now at the 1,000 metre start line. That race underway now without the ANU crew in lane 4. Biscuit and Donoghue are scratching there. So a 4-boat race coming down the course now. Radford College, Capital Lakes, Black Mountain and Canberra Grammar School. And as the crews come past Western Park now, it looks to be the Canberra Grammar combination of Honeybrook and Power, with a slight lead over the Black Mountain crew of O'Kane and Lawrence. But they're being chased down by the Capital Lakes crew. Charlotte Van Gogh and Annabelle Kingston there. These crews now into the last 500 metres of their race 63, Division 1 of the women's E-grade double sculls. As the crews come to the last 350 metres of this race now, it is the Kappa Lakes crew of Van Guren and Kingston just lifting there now to pull ahead by about a quarter of a boat length over the rest of the field. And so while the Kappa Lakes crew is pulling ahead to a lead now, it is a great contest for the minor placings here between the crews from Black Mountain and Canberra Grammar on the Western Park side of the course. But with 250 metres to go into the Red Boys, it is the Kappa Lakes crew leading. I've been closely followed by the Canberra Grammar combination in lane 7 and the Black Mountain combination in lane 6. That Kappa Lakes crew, they're pulling ahead to about 3/4 of a boat length now over the rest of the field. You can really see this Kappa Lakes crew now holding their technique as they lift the rate. Some of the school crews are struggling to do a little bit in this race, but that will hold this Kappa Lakes combination of Van Guren and Kingston in good stead. Extending their lead now to about a boat length and a half over the rest of the field. But we have a late push from the Black Mountain combination of O'Kane and Lawrence. A good lift now in the last 150 metres of this race. They're pushing ahead of the two school crews in this race. But first place will be the Kappa Lakes combination of Charlotte Van Guren and Annabelle Kingston in lane 3, with a really good second half in this race. Second place to the Black Mountain combination of Gabriella O'Kane and Rosanna Lawrence. And third place to the Canberra Grammar combination of Zoe Honeybrook and Neve Power, coached there by Sue Donoghue and Sarah Lorenz. And the Radford College crew of Matilda Chapman and Bella Schofield rounding out this race. That was 63, Division 1 of the women's E-grade double sculls. And lining up on the course now, we have Division 2 of the same event. That's race 64. And lane 2 from Lake Tuggeranong, Jenny Thomas and Anna Baker. Lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Grace Osborne and Sophia Osborne. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Cecilia Young and Christine Young. And lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Walsh and Amanda Bryan. And lane 7 from Black Mountain, Shida Hadavi and Martha Clockin. These crews just about to get underway now at the 1,000 metre start line for race 64, Division 2 of the women's E-grade double sculls. Race underway now with a late scratching from lane 3 from Canberra Grammar. So a 4-boat race here for Lake Tuggeranong, Black Mountain, Canberra and Black Mountain. These crews just starting to come past Western Park now. With the crew of Young and Young from Black Mountain edging ahead to an early lead. Just over a quarter of a boat length to the other Black Mountain crew of Hadavi and Clockin on the Western Park side of the course. And as the crews move into the middle part of this race, it is still between the two Black Mountain crews of Young and Hadavi and Clockin, but it is the crew in lane 5 leading about half a boat length now over their Black Mountain counterparts in lane 7. Third place at the moment, sitting pretty comfortably with the Canberra combination of Walsh and Bryan in lane 6. with the late Tyrone combination of Thomas and Baker rounding out the field for this race. We can see the two Black Mountain crews here really going stroke for stroke with each other. The crew in lane 7 pulling ahead now. About half a canvas over the lane 5 crew. But it will be a great race for these two crews as they come into the last half of this race. With about 500 metres to go now. As the crews come in the last 300 metres of this race, it is the other Black Mountain crew. That's Young and Young edging back ahead now to take the lead back. They've got about half a canvas to the Black Mountain crew of Hadavi and clocking in lane 7. You can see the Black Mountain crew in lane 5 loosen their rate, just yet to be matched by the crew in lane 7. So that crew in lane 5 starting to edge ahead now. About 3/4 of a boat length over the rest of the field. But first place in this race, 64, Division 2 of the women's E-grade double sculls. With a strong finish, it will be the Black Mountain combination in lane 5 of Cecilia Young and Christine Young. Pulling ahead now by about 3-4 boat lengths over the Black Mountain combination in lane 7. That's Shada Hadavi and Marthy Clockin, who will cross the line in second place. Third place here going to the Canberra Rowing Club combination of Judy Welsh and Amanda Bryan, with the Lake Tuggeranong combination of Jenny Thomas and Anna Baker rounding out the field for this race. Lining up on the start line now, we have race 65. That's the men's D&E grade pairs. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Tony Wilkes and Peter Laidlaw. In lane 3, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Peter Brooks and David Coles. In lane 4, the Yarramundi combination of Matthew Ricard and Ryan Ricard. In lane 5, the Black Mountain and ADF composite of Rowan J. Wardena and Brendan Ellis. And in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Bernie Lodwick and Dermot Balam. Those crews lining up on the start line now. As these crews for race 65 come past the edge of Western Park now, we have a 3-boat race. In first place, leading the way so far is the Yarramundi crew of Matthew Ricard and Ryan Ricard. They've got about a boat length over the Canberra combination of Wilkes and Laidlaw. Who have about another boat length over the other Canberra combination of Lodwick and Balam. With about 350 metres to go in this race now, you can see the Yarramundi crew extend their lead to about 2 boat lengths over the Canberra combinations. You see the crew really going nice and long and strong with their rating. Are really pulling ahead a little bit further with every stroke now. Across the line now in first place, we have the Yarramundi combination of Matthew Ricard and Ryan Ricard. Really been leading that race the whole way. With second place are the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Wilkes and Laidlaw in lane 1. And rounding out the field for this race in lane 7 is a Canberra Rowing Club combination of Bernie Lodwick and Dermot Balam. That is race 65, the men's E and D grade pairs. Coming down the course now, we have race 66. That's Division 1 of the men's D grade Cox quad sculls in lane 1 from Radford College. The combination of Jason Luzau, Ewan Grigg, Will Packboy, Lachlan Blight, Rowan Harris the Cox. In lane 3, also from Radford College, the crew of Angus Scott, Noah Vossen, Marcus Ward, Marley Cole Buchanan, with Joshua Miller coxing there. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar School, Riley Sheldon, Harry Budd, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outroom, coxed there by Jack Frizzle and coached by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. In lane 5 from Radford College, Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, Hamish Gaydon, Izzy Farris the Cox, and in lane 7 rounding out the field for this race is the Morris College crew of William Choys, Xavier Robins, Jonah Bailey, James Harricks, with Logan Thomas coxing there. As the crews come into the second half of this race now with 500 metres to go, it is the Radford College combination in lane 7, leading by about half a boat length now over the Canberra Grammar combination in lane 4 and the Radford College combination in lane 1 on the far side of the course. Pushing into the red boys now, and with 250 metres to go, you can really see that Radford College combination in lane 5 lifting their rate. They're extending their lead now to about a boat length and a half over the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 4. See some really clean blade work from the Radford crews here, which is really helping them extend their lead now about 2.5 boat lengths over the rest of the field. With 50 minutes to go, you can really see both the crews from Radford College and from Canberra Grammar giving it all they've got to get across the line first, but it will be the Radford College combination of Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, Hamish Gaydon and Izzy Farris at Cox there. Crossing the line in first place, about a boat length and a half, to the Canberra Grammar School combination of Riley Sheldon, Harry Budd, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outram. Crossing the line there for second place. Next across the line in third place and rounding out the medals for this race, we have the Radford College crew in lane 1, Jason Lau Zhao, Ewan Grigg, Will Packboy, Lachlan Blight and Rowan Harris. Across the line in fourth place, it will be the Marist College combination on the Western Park side of the course. That's the crew of William Choules, Xavier Robins, Jonas Bailey, James Harricks and Logan Thomas. And the Radford College crew in lane 3, Angus Scott, Noah Vossen, Marcus Ward, Marley Cow Buchanan and Joshua Miller rounding out this race here. Line up at the start line now, we have race 67. That's Division 2 of the same event, the men's D-grade Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Jonathan Lamsey, Aidan Brooks, Callum Bennett, Joe Hiles, Matty Hoggett the Cox, coached by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. In lane 3 from Radford College, Oliver Otterval Williams, George Stainer, Matthew McFarlane, Heath Shaw and Oliver Fox. In lane 4 from Darramarlin, George Bowditch, Bradley Patmore, Joel Kennedy, Matthew Philp and William Poles. In lane 6 from Radford College, Nicholas Race, James Talby, Jaden Wigendra, Eric Wong and Jeremy Longland. And rounding out the field in lane 7 is the Darramarlin crew of Eddie Marks, Joachim Ashen, Patrick Edwards, Ben Ricard and Ryan Mitchell the Cox there. Those crews just lining up on the start line now for race 67, Division 2 of the men's D-grade Coxed Quad Sculls. And that's race 67 underway now. Division 2 of the men's D-grade Cox Quad Sculls. These crews racing over 1,000 metres today. As these crews come past Western Park now into the second half of this race. Looks to be the Darramarlin College crew in lane 7 leading the way now. About half a boat length over the rest of the field. That's a combination of Marks, Ashen, Edwards, Ricard and Mitchell the Cox. Be a really close contest here for first, second and third place between the Darramarlin crew in lane 7, the Radford College crew in lane 6 and the Radford College crew in lane 3. So the two Radford College crews here lifting their weight now, trying to take that lead off the Yarramundi crew. The Yarramundi crew rowing nice and long and strong here, holding onto that lead about a length and a quarter now, with 350 metres to go. A great contest here, but across the line first it will be the Yarramundi crew in lane 7, closely followed by the Yarramundi crew in lane 4. Those two crews there, a good race all the way to the finish. Third place to the Radford College crew in lane 3. That's a combination of Otova, Williams, Stainer, McFarlane, Shaw. Fourth place we had the Canberra Grammar combination of Jonathan Lamsey, Aidan Brooks, Callum Bennett, Joe Hiles with Matty Hogg at the Cox, coached there by Luca Hare and Ben Daniel. That crew just crossing the line there now. And rounding out the field for this race, it will be the Radford College crew in lane 6, Nicholas Race, James Talby, Jaden Wajendra, Eric Wong and Jeremy Longland. Race 67, Division 2, the men's D-grade Coxed Quad Sculls. Lining up now, we have race 68, Division 1 of the women's D-grade Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Own Club, Harriet Horseful, Prachi Nagrath, Anne Raimondo, Gabby Pidcock, coached by Anne Nicolai and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Caitlin Crick, Amelia Ryan, Madeline Jelliar, Isabella McFarlane, Philippa Gray the Cox, coached by Neil Smith and Diane Jamison. In lane 4 from Canberra, the Canberra ADF Composite, Joanna Perkins, Sharon Mackay, Elizabeth Stevens, Jane Anir. In lane 5 from the Australian National University, Simone Jones, India Kazakov, Holly Kilmartin and Jordan Crooks, coached by Edward Bien. In lane 6 from Canberra Own Club, Isabella Paita, Elizabeth Wilson, Nicole Hay, Alison McMaster, coached by Anne Nicolai and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 7, also from Canberra Own Club, Felicity Antill, Emily Kerslake, Jane Marbug and Joanna Roy. That race underway now. Race 68, Division 1, the women's D-grade Coxed and Coxless Quad Sculls. With those two, this race coming past Western Park now, it is the two camera combinations on the Western Park side of the course, leading the race so far. Nothing in between those two crews, the Canberra crews in lane 6 and lane 7. So great contest there for first and second, but also a great contest for third place. Between the crews from Canberra in lane 1, the Canberra ADF Composite in lane 4, and the ANU crew in lane 5. All three there absolutely neck and neck for third place at the moment. With about 600 metres to go in this race now, it's still neck and neck between the two Canberra crews in lane 6 and lane 7. It does look like the crew in lane 6, that's Piketa, Wilson, Hay and McMaster, has edged ahead by about half a canvas now. But nothing in it now with 500 metres or so to go in this race. With a good contest for first and second, it is the Canberra crew in lane 1 that's put ahead of the pack for third place. That's the crew of Horsfield, Nagrath, Raimondo and Pidcock. Holding on quite comfortably to third place there now. But as the crews come to the last 400 metres of this race, you can see the field start to spread out a little bit further. In first place, with about half a boat length over their competitors, is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 6. Second place, about half a boat length behind, is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7. And about a boat length further behind them is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 1. With the crews entering the red boys now with about 250 metres to go, you can see the Canberra crews really lifting their rate just a little bit. The crew in lane 6 pulling ahead now by just over a boat length. With a great contest all the way to the end in this race, first place will go to the Canberra Rowing Club combination in lane 6. Piketa, Wilson, Hay and McMaster. Closely followed behind by the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7. Felicity Antill, Emily Kerslake, Jane Marlbach and Joanna Roy. And the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 1 coming across the line in third place. Harriet Horsfield, Prachi Nagrath and Raimondo and Gabby Pidcock. Fourth place to the Canberra Composite in lane 4. Joanna Perkins, Sharon Mackay, Elizabeth Stevens and Jane Anir. With the ANU combination of Jones, Kazakov, Kilmartin and Crooks across the line for fifth place. And the Capital X crew of Crick, Ryan, Jelly and McFarlane rounding out the field for this race. But a great race there and a clean sweep for Canberra Rowing Club. First, second, third and fourth in that race. That's the race 68, Division 1 of the women's D-grade cox and coxless quad sculls. And coming hot on the heels down the course with about 500 metres to go now, we have Division 2 of that same event. In lane 1 from Darramarlin, Marina Saldo, Charlotte Coleman, Sarah Tyranny, Eloise Gardner and Amelia Marangoni. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Susie Lang, Lara McLean, Tessa Erskine, Grace Gordon, Georgia Willett. In lane 4 from Darramarlin, Sina Paramanov, Eliana Mamatis, Jennifer Noveski, Madeline Betts and Aletta Jagoda. In lane 6, the Canberra Grammar crew of Natalie Wilson, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Luma and Sophie Gray. And rounding out the field in lane 7, the Black Mountain Darramarlin College Composite, Zoe Wiseman, Amy Manning, Arda Parks and Eleanor Johnson, coxed by Hannah Verco. With all the crews in the red boys now with 250 metres to go, it is the Canberra Grammar combination on the Western Park side of the course. Looks like they've edged ahead now by about half a boat length over the Black Mountain Darra Composite in lane 7. Those guys really lifting their rate now and pulling ahead now by about 3/4 of a boat length as they push into the last 100 metres of this race 69, Division 2 of the women's D-grade cox quad sculls. With this Canberra Grammar crew going hard all the way to the end, they will cross the line in first place. Natalie Wilson, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer and Sophie Gray the Cox. With a bone with second place, the Black Mountain Down Island College Composite in lane 7, Wiseman, Manning, Parks and Johnston with Verco the Cox. And a close third place to the Down Island College crew in lane 4, Paramanov, Mamatis, Noveski, Betts, by about a bow ball over the Down Island. And that concludes race 69, Division 2 of the women's D-grade coxed and coxless quad sculls. As we move back up to the 1800 metre start line now for race 70, the men's A, B and C grade 8s. In lane 3 from Morris College, David Birch, Owen Atkinson, Sean McCann, Xander Wild, Ben Vardy, Digby Blacker, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen, Cox there by Liam Motherway. In lane 5, the Canberra Grammar crew of Edward J, Josh Steinman, Tom Faranatza, William Hawkins, Jamie Beauregard, Al Mohamed Badar, Cash Kazakov, Flynn Russell, Cox there by Joshua Heyman, coached by Edwin Hurt Thompson and Ben Johnston. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garnham, Jonathan Cooper, Alva Clossus, Cameron O'Neill, Sebastian Lang, Jesse Winall Cox, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 7, also from Canberra Rowing Club, it's the crew of Jaden Peters, Matthew Norton, James Alderisi, Raphael Priest, Cormac Hayes, Tyron Borman, Thomas Perry, Nicholas Barney the stroke there with Alexander McDonough the Cox. They're also coached today by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Those crews lining up now at the 1800 metre start line for race 70, the men's A, B and C 8s. With the crews for this race about 600 metres in now, we have an early lead to the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 1. They've pulled ahead by about 3/4 of the boat length over the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 6. Who are about 3/4 of the boat length to the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 5. The Morris crew just a little bit further back in lane 3 there. With the crews coming to the last 800 metres of this race now, you see it is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7, extending their lead now about a boat length and a half over the rest of the field. The Canberra Grammar crew in lane 6 holding on to second place now. But the Canberra Grammar School crew has closed them a little bit, holding on by about half a boat length now for third place. So the contest in this race really is now for second and third between the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 6, the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 5. So the Canberra Grammar crew just climbing back a little bit further now as the crews come past Western Park now in this race 70, the men's A, B and C grade 8s. Coming to the last 400 metres of this race now, it is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7 that has really taken a good strong lead over the rest of the field now, about 3 or 4 boat lengths to the next boat. So it will be the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7 across the line first. That's a combination of Jaden Peters, Matthew Norton, James Waldersea, Raphael Priest, Cormac Hayes, Tyrone Borman, Thomas Perry and Nick Barnier. Cox there by Alexandra McDonough and coach Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. That crew with a comfortable first place now and about 100 metres to go in this race. You see it has been the Canberra crew in lane 6 just increased their lead for second place over the Canberra Grammar School combination as well. So it's the Canberra Rowing Club crew of James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garnham, Jonathan Cooper, Alvar Colossus, Cameron O'Neill, Sebastian Lang with Jess Winnell the Cox there. That crew across the line for second place. Third place will go to the Canberra Grammar combination of Edward J, Josh Steinman, Tom Fronazzo, William Hawkins, Jamie Beauregard, Al Mohamed Badar, Cash Kazakov, Flynn Russell, Josh Heyman. Coached there by Edwin Herr Thompson and Ben Johnston. And it will be the Marist College crew in lane 3 rounding out the field for this race. That's the crew of David Birch, Owen Atkinson, Sean McCann, Xander Wild, Ben Vardy, Digby Barker, Darcy James, Jesse Rosen and Liam Motherway the Cox there. That is race 70, the men's A, B and C grade 8s. And with that race done, we're going to move back up to the 1,000 metre start line for race 71, the last race of today's program. For the Masters Mixed Coxless Quad Sculls in lane 1 from Lake Tuggeranong, Tony Fraser, Rhonda Ament, Karen Hugginson and Laurie Drennan. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Jeanette Ryan, Carly Holland, Mel Rhymes and Steve Griskobiak. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, Leslie Hodgson, Yvonne Poles, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. Also from Black Mountain, lane 5, the combination of Gabrielle O'Kane, John Oliff, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. And in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College, Michael College and John Simpson. We have a handicap start for this race with the Canberra Rowing Club crew going off go, the 2 Black Mountain crews going off after 32 seconds, the Capital Lakes crew after 42 seconds and the Lake Toggenong crew starting at 45 seconds after the start. These crews lining up now for race 71, the Masters Mixed Coxless Quad Sculls over 1,000 metres. The crews for this race 71 all underway now, with the Canberra Rowing Club combination of Finlay, College, College and Simpson are leading as they come past Western Park. As the crews for this race come past Western Park now, we have the Canberra combination of Finlay, College, College and Simpson leading. They're being chased down now by the Black Mountain combination in lane 4. That's Hodgson, Poles, Martin and Winkworth, who are holding up for second place at the moment. But a really good contest for third place. That's ensuing between the Black Mountain crew of O'Kane, Oliff, Lawrence and Calderwood in lane 5. And the Capital Lakes crew of Ryan, Holland, Primes and Griskoviak in lane 2. But as these crews get close to the finish line, the lead that Canberra in lane 7 do hold is being closed by the Black Mountain crew in lane 4. That lead now just over a boat length as the crews push into the Red Boys and into the last 250 metres of this race. Canberra just having a little bit of a trouble with their line there now, but the Black Mountain crew is coming up neck and neck as the crews push on the last 100 metres of this race. And now just pushing ahead now about a quarter of a boat length over the Canberra crew on their left-hand side. But with 50 metres to go in this race now, it will be the Black Mountain combination in lane 4. Leslie Hodgson, Yvonne Poles, Richard Martin and Philip Wingberth, who will cross the line in first place for this race 71, the Masters Mixed Coxless Quad Sculls. Second place will go to the Canberra Rowing Club combination in lane 7, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College, Michael College and John Simpson. That crew crossing the line now to take the silver medal. See the Capital X crew in lane 2 lifting the right now into the last 200 metres of this race. Just edging ahead now the Black Mountain crew in lane 5. So it will be the Capital X combination in lane 2 across the line for third place. That's the crew of Jeanette Ryan, Carrie Holland, Mel Rhymes and Steve Groscoviak, with fourth place by about 3/4 of a boat length to the Black Mountain crew of Gabrielle O'Kane, John Aliff, Roseanne Lawrence and Colin Calderwood. With the Lake Tubberman crew of Tony Fraser, Rhonda Ament, Karen Hugginson and Louis Drennan are rounding out the field for this race. That's them across the line now to finish race 71, the Masters Mixed Coxless Quad Sculls. And with that concludes today's ANU Boat Club Regatta. I thank you to all of the rowers, coaches, competitors, and supporters for attending today, and thanks to the volunteers from the Australian National University Boat Club. I really look forward to seeing you next time on the 27th and 28th of February for the ACT Schools Head of the Lake and the ACT Junior Championships doubleheader weekend. Thank you.